Because I heard you say that shows about the the 5 major goals of macroeconomics. Inflation is just one of them. You have economic growth, you have exchange rate stability and all that. So to be taking inflation to mean macroeconomics, this thing is not, in short, in some country, the convergence criteria, inflation may not pass. If the rest pass, it has passed. You understand? So let's not over-exchange inflation. Then your recommendations are one, which you disaggregated. Somebody was talking about it. You said, like recommendation 1 you were talking of anti-corruption, eliminating corruption. And then you went again about institutional. Is this institution strengthening anti-corruption? Those are ways of what? Reducing corruption. So you should say reduce corruption by, strengthening institutions and all that, and then recommend policy on inflation, which you use as your control, because your funding is very, very important to that work. Well, we take this one to be a presentation at conference. So it's not like a publication in an Elsevier. Are we correct? It's not like a publication in an Elsevier journal and all that. So we could leave it at that stage. Thank you very much. Please, can we give him a round of applause? Who is next? Please record it. Put a record. I don't have the paper with me. I'm an ad hoc chairman. Please, can you come? Can you come? Who is doing the presentation among you?
We're taking the first aspect.
You take the first aspect. What?
Let him document. You start.
Start now. You can start. Who is starting? Please, you tell us your name, your affiliation. I forgot. I am Dr. Francis Igberasi. I'm from Abrosali University. I happen to be the Edo State Chapter Chairman of Nigeria Economic Society, and they also call me the chairman of the chairman of the chairman forum. Thank you very much. And we organize this. I am the chairman of a subcommittee on logistics, which includes venue. So all the things you see here, we are belaboring. I'll be here. I was here almost a week before the conference.
This is your work, right? This is the one you sent. This is the most recent one.
We have an hour and a half for everybody. You have 7 minutes. Both of you are 7 minutes.
Okay, all right. Good morning. I'm John Deldabawa from Bingham University, and today we'll be presenting on digital financial inclusion and manufacturing sector in Nigeria. So from the main, has not fully harnessed its power, and then we look into seeing how the financial inclusion now can be measured to see if there's a significant impact affecting. If there's a significant impact of this financial inclusion variables, which we used POS sales, we used ATM transactions, and also finally web-based transactions as proxies for financial inclusion in Nigeria. So the major objectives which we looked at, we had the main objective. Next slide, please. So the main objective, which is the broad objectives now, is to find or to examine the impact of digital financial inclusion on manufacturing sector performance in Nigeria, while the specifics now are to examine the impact of point of sales, ATM, and web-based transactions in Nigeria now. So for the methodology for this study, we adopted the ARDL. The next slide, please. We adopted the ARDL because it has the ability to measure both the long run and the short run relationships and impacts, both the magnitudes. And from the research design here, which we used an expose factor research design, and then here is the model whereby manufacturing sector is serving as the dependent variable. Because it's a regressive model, it regresses itself against POS, ATM, and web-based transactions now. So also we carried out further diagnostic tests, which was the stationarity test. We also carried out the co-integration test, which is the bound co-integration test. And then finally, we carried out the descriptive statistics. So my co-author here, we used the autoregressive distributive lag, ARDL. So for the stationarity, we had mixed order of stationarity based.
So for the findings and discussions of the study, we can see that POS transaction here had a strong positive effect in the short run, but then and also in the long run too. We can see that POS had strong positive effect. Moving on, we have our web-based transaction. That's basically our internet banking, and we can see from here that okay, in the short run, it was statistically positive and significant. But then moving on to the next variable, we have our ATM transaction. Our ATM transaction now seems to have no short-run impact. Okay, so moving on to the recommendation now, because we can see that okay, in our POS we had both long-run and short-run relationships. So we just made us say that okay, the CBN in collaboration with the Bank Committee and Nigeria's NIBS particularly should increase the rate at which we have POS being included into the manufacturing sector, so as to promote the sales and how operations are being carried out in manufacturing sectors. Then moving on to the next one, which is not that. Go back. Moving on to the internet banking, we can clearly see that because there was a long run and there wasn't a short run relationship. Sorry, there was a short run and not a long run relationship. So therefore say that the Ministry of Communication, Innovation and Digital Economy in NITDA also should try to boost logical trust and the framework, so that to boost the confidence in internet banking, so that as to have people to have confidence within the long run relationship, therefore boosting the manufacturing sector in the long run. Then also the CBN and the NDIC should also, in collaboration with Digital, should also redirect ATM liquidity into productive investment by linking cash withdrawals to microeconomic investment platform and manufacturing sector in Nigeria. Thank you so much, sir.
Please, I especially want you to clap for these presenters. Can you imagine when I was a student, we were already at this stage. So you will know, and the presentation was, to me, was very good, simple, very nice, and the work you see, even more than most of us that are academics. So Prince, I want us to give them, but however, if you have something, Prince.
Yes.
Chairman, because you are chairman.
Okay, thank you, Chairman, once again. Please go to the results. There is a clarification I want to make. I learned that so many researchers explain ARDL the way they are explaining or interpreting OLS. You see, this long run, this is the coefficient, right? The coefficient of ARDL, the long run coefficient, they are about the long run lag effects. How you interpret this is whether there is long run lag effect or not. And the way you understand it, you look at the value, whether it is close to 1 or it is close to 0. If this value is closer to 1, it means there is no long run lag effect. But this is 0.00, means there is long run lag effect. But the way you interpret it is the relationship disappeared in the long run, so it's wrong. It's all about long run lag effect. Thank you very much.
Please, you note that any other person, okay, in the absence of no other person. Okay, I saw this hand first. Please, after him, I will give you chance. Please, a minute.
Okay, thank you very much, sir. I think for me, I'm quite interested in this topic. I'm from private sector. I'm the head of research for EcoBank Nigeria. And when you talked about the impact of those items that you listed there, that things I'm quite interested in. So what I expect to see in these findings are to say, the year you are looking at, what are those? Well, I expect to see more of data. I expect to see figure telling me that in maybe in 1999, when we have less penetration of all of these POS, ATM, these were the numbers that the manufacturer, Nestle, Promasidors, Cadbury, these are the numbers they were showing out. And tie them to locations. Oh, in Abuja, you have done a survey to show that, oh, we have deployed POS in Kogi State. a year before that, we don't have this POS. What was the final we're saying? So these are things I want to see. So exactly.
There should be background data.
Yes,
Of historical. It should be historical, yeah. Please. We do have access to the mail paper. That is the issue. Bro, please, 1 minute.
Okay, good afternoon. Or is it still morning? Well, excuse me. My topic is first. I'm present. Okay, you want to react to? Okay.
I thought you wanted to react to this. Okay. Please, in the absence of no other, as chairman, I want you to look at your title, the way in your presentation. What is your title really now? Okay, that is your title. Okay, you are talking of the theme of the conference and all that. Okay, that's right. You are okay. Then one of my PhD students is working on this financial inclusion. So that is why I'm interested. So a different method. We don't have access to the full paper. The point he made will be very important, because when you are looking at this, you should give us a historical view in the background and let us know what was it when there was no financial, and over the trend. We call it the stellar facts. You give us the stellar facts of it. So we will be able to know where we are coming from, to appreciate your work very, very importantly. And when you are talking of internet banking, at least theoretically, you should explore what all this OPay and all those kind of things, how their evolution. You understand the point? And so otherwise, at your level, I think you have done a very, very great work. I'm happy for you. Thank you very much. God bless you.
Document our paper with.
That's it. Please, if you are presented, they brought the. Please, if you are presented, document. Use it in a way that. Use it in a way that others can. Don't finish the whole space. Sir. Who else? Were you originally scheduled for this session? I am coming. I know what I'm saying. Sir, were you originally scheduled for this session? Okay. Was there any of you who was supposed to present in the morning that couldn't present in this session? No. Okay.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Adekoya Oluwayemisi Oluwakemi. I'm here to present a paper that says the effect.
Affiliation, your school.
Oh, I'm from Lagos State Ministry of Economic Planning and Budget, EID department. I'm here to present a paper. I'm here to present a paper titled "The Effect of Public Financing Means on Sustainable Development in Africa," with a focus on the mediating role of governance. The next slide, please. Next slide. So this research study shows the challenges Africa is facing. Number one, resilient development challenges. There is wide spread of poverty, unemployment, poor education, and education. Okay. I know that. Then the empirical gap shows that there has been prior study on financing mix as an individual. Also, the conclusion introduced two novel indicators, that's external domestic financing index and resilience financing index. Next. So our research question asks 3 key points. That is, how does public financing mix? Under our dependent variable, we have sustainable development index, which comprises of life expectancies, education, income with ecological impacts. Under our key explanatory variable, we have public financing, which was constructed using tax revenue to percentage on GDP, debt to GDP, resource rent on GDP, percentage to GDP. While under, Our model specification, our framework was built on sustainable development model, expanding to include public financing mix, governance quality, interaction effects between public financing mix and governance. Our methodology, instrumental variable rubric, methodology, instrumental topic regression and GMM. So under our empirical findings, under external domestic and financing mix and resilience financing mix, it shows that PFM and quality governance, they both have negative and significant effects on SDI. Next, please. Under interaction effects, mixing voice accountability and resilience financing, it has positive net effects on sustainable, on SDI. Sorry, next. Oh. Okay. Our key findings shows that under external financing, there are constantly negative and significant effect on XDI. Under resilience financing, it also shows a negative and marginal effect on SDI. Under governance, it strengthens institutions, especially voice and accountability, which amplify positive effects of resilience financing. Our overall insight, sustainable development depends not only on the amount of financing mobilized, but on the composition of financing and the institution context in which it operates. The policy implication for these studies, number one, is rebalancing financing strategy, strengthening governance institutes, international and regional support, strategic alliance with development agendas. Thank you.
Policy implication is different from recommendations. I just quickly want to say that. No. What we are going to do? To which question? To the question. Yes, what we are going to do because of time factor, please, we will just allow those presenting. The paper you are going to respond to, if you have any question, just note it down so that all of them we present, we ask the questions all together. Is that okay by us? And I don't want to be a dictator. Please, because of time factor, you heard the conference people warning me. We don't have time.
Thank you very much. And Ime Okol Otuk. I'm presenting on the topic fostering economic transformation and social inclusion through Ime. I'm presenting.
We have Mr. Doctor and
Doctor.
So, doctor.
Yes.
Which university?
Akwa Ibom State University. Yes. Fostering economic transformation and social inclusion through African blue economy, harnessing science, technology, and innovation.
Is that still the topic?
Yes, that is the topic. Africa as a continent has experienced annual growth over the years. And again, Africa has made, significant progress in terms of education and health, and also in the fight against HIV. Despite these positive trends, Africa still, is still facing some challenges in achieving economic and sustainable economic growth and development, as well as innovation. Now, recently, the African Union has identified blue economy development as a priority in achieving economic goals. And to have this blue economy, it requires unlocking science, technology, and innovation. Now, the question is, how can science, technology, and innovation be harnessed to enhance the use of blue economy to achieve economic growth in Africa? The objective of the study aims to explore science, and innovation in technologies which can be used to enhance sustainable use of the economy and manage risks associated with the blue economy. Specifically, the use of African blue economy to transform and foster social inclusion in Africa. The use of technological advances that can positively affect the blue economy. Okay.
Go to your method.
Now, this study was
Findings.
guided by some operational hypotheses, but let me quickly look at some of the technological advances. There are advances that can possibly
No,
employ.
we don't have time for that.
Okay.
Go to your method and your findings.
The method is purely descriptive, and the major findings. Yes, African countries have huge opportunities to diversify their economies. And number two, the blue economy in Africa can foster social inclusion and by promoting sustainable livelihood, reducing poverty, and empowering marginalized groups like youth and the women. So marine resources are overutilized or improperly used, and with the use of destructive fishing method. That defines the conclusion. The blue economy in Africa holds tremendous promise to drive the economy of Africa to its growth path. Two, destructive fishing method and marine pollution pose risks to African blue economy. Again, science, technology, and innovation are key drivers of the blue economy. Recommendation: all African countries should develop explicit national innovation policies and implementation strategies to address challenges in blue economy. Two, African countries should increase their national budget spending on science, technology, and innovation for the development of their blue economy.
Let's give him a round of applause. He's a doctor. Do you know what is a doctor? Well, before we just open it, let me quickly say this is the highest standard of economists, at least of gathering of economists in Nigeria. Please, the PowerPoint, we saw the lady's PowerPoint. PowerPoint is part of presentation. So, with all respect, what we see is macro software this thing. We expect to have a PowerPoint, and let your work be attractive. PowerPoints make your work attractive. So what we see now is Bodison reading it. We don't even know it's a prose. And the presentation too, I'm not judging you, but we are saying what we are saying for improvement. I hope we perfectly understand that. So the presentation too is what we nickname as NTA News. Whereby you are just reading to us, you are not even carrying us along. Yeah, that is it. So I don't want to comment on the descriptive analysis and you use. I will leave that one to the conference editors to do. But at this level, and as a PhD holder, we expect a more serious thing. If students can give us something for my chairman to analyze, if you ask me now, I doubt whether I have anything to analyze. It's like an essay, not really a research work. It's like journalistic writing. So I leave it at that. The conference editor takes it up. Then for the lady, I want to also commend you very, very well. You know, at this young age, I like to see people at young age. I was in the University of London when I saw students presenting, and they asked me to vote. I voted the students. But when the delegates were voting, I didn't vote for myself, but I made you winner. You know, I was so happy. Yeah, your PowerPoint was fine. I noted it here. Extremely good. You were not busy writing story. Please, you just gave us the thing. And your confidence was high, though there is need for improvement. All those you try to back it down. Is that correct? Yeah, very, very good. Then let me say one thing for everybody here, which you may reflect upon. Life expectancy I'm a health economist as a by specialization. You see, life expectancy we have advocated is no longer useful for economic analysis. That is for the medical doctors, because you are alive to work to contribute. So what we emphasize these days is healthy life expectancy. That is life expectancy without disability. Do you understand? And there are various ways of discounting. If you don't have that data in Nigeria, you still use life expectancy. We expect you to put it as a limitation in the work. But there are ways of getting healthy life expectancy from life expectancy by using the Soliva method, or you use the Eurostar method. Are you getting me? So the proportion have been asserted to be 0.6%. 0.6. That is, you deduct to make this easier for you. So for the advanced countries, the data are available. Do you know why? Because we will be deceived. A man spent 78 years, for example, and for the past 10 years he had been bedridden. What was he doing? Not contributing to economic growth and development. At the same time, you need a caregiver. Created another health goods market for which we are taking care of you. The money with which we have used to buy drugs for you would have been enough to trace somebody. And when we are now doing work, we use that 78%, though we get spurious results. So we must discount those years of disability. So we use disability-free life expectancy. It will make your work richer. But I have not said we are not accepting work that use life expectancy. This is a conference just for general knowledge. Okay? Please, is there any comment on the two work?
Thank you, sir. My comment is about what you have just said now. Yes. Don't you think if a 70-year-old is not working, but you employ somebody to look after him, he creates employment. If you buy medicine for him, he creates markets. Don't you look at it that way?
No, we're not looking. We are not saying a 70-year-old man. There are measures of disabilities. We have the instrumental activities of daily living, and then we have the activities of daily living. So it is only when it is important when only when disability goes beyond instrumental activities of daily living. Instrumental activities of daily living, you can still handle bucket, you can handle telephone, you can do other things. But in activities of daily living, you need somebody to carry you from bed to bed. Are you getting me? You need somebody to do. So all those ones, what we are saying, if he's paid, those are, in economy, sir, you people will usually say to avoid multicoloniality, you hold some variables constant. That person who is a caregiver should have been in the farm, should have been in the market, but it's not taking care of a sick person. To us, it's not that productive. Are you getting me? But that is not what we are even saying. What we are saying is that I am advocating so many things on that, but this is not the forum to discuss it. I'm even advocating to the level of demand for death, extending the sources of failure hypothesis. You understand? So we are going there, but not yet there. But what we are saying is the person itself. We are not targeting the third person caregiver. We are targeting the person itself, who we need to open his mouth and put food, who we need to carry from bed to bed, help to urinate, help to go to toilet. What is he still doing here? Thank you. Any other comments? Any other comment? The doctor will tell you we have healed him if they take him home. But the economists say no. What is production? So in the absence of no comment, okay. We are not killing them. There is
My name still remains as this. I just want to join the chairman to appreciate what the young lady has done. Likewise, the students. When they were presenting as if they are doing their doctorate degree. Full confidence, boldness. Even though the lady was amazing, you can imagine despite the system is even off and on, she still continue. Still hold the word, not waiting for the system to get the information. It shows it's on top of it. She knows it. Thank you.
You were saying we still have 1 minute. You were saying you will answer questions, which means you are part of the work. Do you have 1 or 2 things to tell us? Since there was no question. If you have 1 or 2 things to tell us, we are ready to learn from you.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, so what we just try to do in the work is to try to look at this financing. So public financing, that okay, yes, different studies have been focusing on tax and other things. But now we now take these different finances together to create an index. So to now see that, okay, government does not finance based on...
I didn't ask you to analyze. So at this point, in my secondary school, I was a timekeeper, and our assembly was 7 o'clock, and I must come and read the warning bell 6:45. After coming from rubber plantation, where I went to tap rubber in the night. So I'm conscious of time. Please, at this point, Professor Motu told me it's 12:30. Yes, he's not here, but we are still with it and others are presenting. I think we will clap for ourselves. We call it a day. And the person who gives if you know you have not, the first presenter, please come and register your work. Come and register your work. If you don't register your work, you run the risk of not being published. They will send your corrections to you. The rapporteur, please, you give it to me so that I can submit. Please, we didn't pray to start, but you can just 1 minute, sir. Kano, you can just 1 minute, sir.
Okay. Okay, as we started this peacefully, very important and principal discussions, we pray that we completed the whole exercise from today up to Friday, and I hope every one of us will get back to his own destination peacefully. Thank you very much.
So thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to share this session.
Day 2 of the Nigerian Economic Society's annual 66th conference echoed powerful voices across government and development spaces. But amidst the different speeches and presentation came one resounding truth. Africa's development is hinged on Nigeria's strategic planning and reforms. Most anticipated and excitedly was the Vice President's delivery of a keynote speech that declared that every policy is a verdict on life, and he re-emphasized the current administration's commitment to ensuring that there is a nexus between economics and politics and redefining modern leadership. Quite stimulating as well was the NES president posing a question on the feasibility of Nigeria's $1 trillion GDP goal by 2030. Meanwhile, the fireside chats with the Minister of Finance and Budget Planning Ministries emphasized and reinforced the urgency to diversify beyond oil and into a constitutional foundation that ensures economic planning. As we move towards day 3, the focus shifts to economic transformation, social inclusion, and the future of Africa's trade. At NES 66, the discourse continues until we fully rethink Africa's development. Day 2 of the Nigerian Economic Society's annual 66 conference echoed powerful voices across government and development spaces. But amidst the different speeches and presentation came one resounding truth. Africa's development is hinged on Nigeria's strategic planning and reforms. Most anticipated and excitedly was the Vice President's delivery of a keynote speech that declared that every policy is a verdict on life, and he re-emphasized the current administration's commitment to ensuring that there is a nexus between economics and politics and redefining modern leadership. Quite stimulating as well was the NES president posing a question on the feasibility of Nigeria's $1 trillion GDP goal by 2030. Meanwhile, the fireside chat with the Minister of Finance and Budget Planning Ministries emphasized and reinforced the urgency to diversify beyond oil and into a constitutional foundation that ensures economic planning. As we move towards day 3, the focus shifts to economic transformation, social inclusion, and the future of Africa's trade. At NES 66, the discourse continues until we fully rethink Africa's development. Day 2 of the Nigerian Economic Society's annual 66 conference echoed powerful voices across government and development spaces. But amidst the different speeches and presentation came one resounding truth. Africa's development is hinged on Nigeria's strategic planning and reforms. Most anticipated and excitedly was the Vice President's delivery of a keynote speech that declared that every policy is a verdict on life, and he re-emphasized the current administration's commitment to ensuring that there is a nexus between economics and politics and redefining modern leadership. Quite stimulating as well was the NES president posing a question on the feasibility of Nigeria's $1 trillion GDP goal by 2030. Meanwhile, the fireside chat with the Minister of Finance and Budget Planning Ministries emphasized and reinforced the urgency to diversify beyond oil and into a constitutional foundation that ensures economic planning. As we move towards day 3, the focus shifts to economic transformation, social inclusion, and the future of Africa's trade. At NES 66, the discourse continues until we fully rethink Africa's development. Day 2 of the Nigerian Economic Society's annual 66 conference echoed powerful voices across government and development spaces. But amidst the different speeches and presentation came one resounding truth. Africa's development is hinged on Nigeria's strategic planning and reforms. Most anticipated and excitedly was the Vice President's delivery of a keynote speech that declared that every policy is a verdict on life, and he re-emphasized the current administration's commitment to ensuring that there is a nexus between economics and politics and redefining modern leadership. Quite stimulating as well was the NES president posing a question on the feasibility of Nigeria's $1 trillion GDP goal by 2030. Meanwhile, the fireside chat with the Minister of Finance and Budget Planning Ministries emphasized and reinforced the urgency to diversify beyond oil and into a constitutional foundation that ensures economic planning. As we move towards day 3, the focus shifts to economic transformation, social inclusion, and the future of Africa's trade. At NES 66, the discourse continues until we fully rethink Africa's development. 2 of the Nigerian Economic Society's annual 66 conference echoed powerful voices across government and development spaces. But amidst the different speeches and presentation came one resounding truth. Africa's development is hinged on Nigeria's strategic planning and reforms. Most anticipated and excitedly was the Vice President's delivery of a keynote speech that declared that every policy is a verdict on life, and he re-emphasized the current administration's commitment to ensuring that there is a nexus between economics and politics and redefining modern leadership. Quite stimulating as well was the NES president posing a question on the feasibility of Nigeria's $1 trillion GDP goal by 2030. Meanwhile, the fireside chat with the Minister of Finance and Budget Planning Ministries emphasized and reinforced the urgency to diversify beyond oil and into a constitutional foundation that ensures economic planning. As we move towards day 3, the focus shifts to economic transformation, social inclusion, and the future of Africa's trade. At NES 66, the discourse continues until we fully rethink Africa's development. Day 2 of the Nigerian Economic Society's annual 66 conference echoed powerful voices across government and development spaces. But amidst the different speeches and presentation came one resounding truth. Africa's development is hinged on Nigeria's strategic planning and reforms. Most anticipated and excitedly was the Vice President's delivery of a keynote speech that declared that every policy is a verdict on life, and he re-emphasized the current administration's commitment to ensuring that there is a nexus between economics and politics and redefining modern leadership. Quite stimulating as well was the NES president posing a question on the feasibility of Nigeria's $1 trillion GDP goal by 2030. Meanwhile, the fireside chat with the Minister of Finance and Budget Planning Ministries emphasized and reinforced the urgency to diversify beyond oil and into a constitutional foundation that ensures economic planning. As we move towards day 3, the focus shifts to economic transformation, social inclusion, and the future of Africa's trade. At NES 66, the discourse continues until we fully rethink Africa's development. Day 2 of the Nigerian Economic Society's annual 66 conference echoed powerful voices across government and development spaces. But amidst the different speeches and presentation came one resounding truth. Africa's development is hinged on Nigeria's strategic planning and reforms. Most anticipated and excitedly was the Vice President's delivery of a keynote speech that declared that every policy is a verdict on life, and he re-emphasized the current administration's commitment to ensuring that there is a nexus between economics and politics and redefining modern leadership. Quite stimulating as well was the NES president posing a question on the feasibility of Nigeria's $1 trillion GDP goal by 2030. Meanwhile, the fireside chat with the Minister of Finance and Budget Planning Ministries emphasized and reinforced the urgency to diversify beyond oil and into a constitutional foundation that ensures economic planning. As we move towards day 3, the focus shifts to economic transformation, social inclusion, and the future of Africa's trade. At NES 66, the discourse continues until we fully rethink Africa's development. 2 of the Nigerian Economic Society's annual 66 conference echoed powerful voices across government and development spaces. But amidst the different speeches and presentation came one resounding truth. Africa's development is hinged on Nigeria's strategic planning and reforms. Most anticipated and excitedly was the Vice President's delivery of a keynote speech that declared that every policy is a verdict on life, and he re-emphasized the current administration's commitment to ensuring that there is a nexus between economics and politics and redefining modern leadership. Quite stimulating as well was the NES president posing a question on the feasibility of Nigeria's $1 trillion GDP goal by 2030. Meanwhile, the fireside chat with the Minister of Finance and Budget Planning Ministries emphasized and reinforced the urgency to diversify beyond oil and into a constitutional foundation that ensures economic planning. As we move towards day 3, the focus shifts to economic transformation, social inclusion, and the future of Africa's trade. At NES 66, the discourse continues until we fully rethink Africa's development. Day 2 of the Nigerian Economic Society's annual 66 conference echoed powerful voices across government and development spaces. But amidst the different speeches, strategic planning and reforms. Most anticipated and excitedly was the Vice President's delivery of a keynote speech that declared that every policy is a verdict on life, and he re-emphasized the current administration's commitment to ensuring that there is a nexus between economics and politics and redefining modern leadership. Quite stimulating as well was the NES president
collapsing the 3 concurrent sessions into plenary. And we are going on plenary 1. The second plenary has started, so I'll quickly invite the chair for this very session on behalf of the actual chair, Professor Ogukola, please. If you can help us share this. So we know Professor Afekina Jerome is around. He's going to be invited formally by the chairman. We also know Professor Aki Wayemi is also around. Who is also going to be invited formally. So my senior colleague here, Professor Ogukola, please, you take over the proceedings, please. Yeah, let me get a mic for you, because some of the panel will come to share. Okay. The mic is there.
Recording in progress.
Check.
What? This way?
Which people they move the screen?
Can we move it so that they will see?
Which people they move the screen? Oga Gabriel. Which people they move the screen?
I've taken over, and I'm going to issue martial rule. The first martial rule is that please take your seat so that we can start. We have 3 speakers slated this session. First on the list is Dr. Armstrong Kang. Is he around? Dr. Armstrong? If you are around, please join us on this side of the hall. Dr. Armstrong. Okay. Now I have the privilege of inviting my very good friend, Professor Afekena Jerome. Please welcome him. If you don't want to see him, don't welcome him. But I encourage you to welcome him to the high table. Next, I have my own teacher, my PhD supervisor, and Professor Akin P. Iwayemi. Where is my Oga? Please welcome my Oga to the high table. Yes, bro. Please, can somebody help us locate Professor Iwayemi? I know he's around. Know his whereabouts. I think, yes, that's a good one. Okay. We will have to wait for him since it's better that we have the two of them seated so that we can start. But while we are waiting, I think I can also direct our attention to the topic that we are going to be discussing today. The general topic is economic transformation, which we know is the general theme for this workshop. Professor Iwayemi, please. Yes. And Professor Afekena Jerome is the Senior Policy Specialist, FAO Sub-Regional Office of Eastern Africa in Addis Ababa. So he traveled all the way down to Addis to attend this conference. Can we welcome more specially for that? From the program, he is to be talking about the future of trade in Africa and focusing on how to harness the AfCFTA for economic diversification. And Professor Iwayemi, just like I introduced him, and I think since he's trying to get ready to come here, I will misuse this microphone now. The only thing you can do is to sack me. Professor Iwayemi supervised myself, our 44th NES president, and Professor Afekena Jerome. So is a teacher of teachers and a mentor par excellence. He has a special way of dealing with us. Somebody said we are three musketeers. He even saw us yesterday and said, where is Jerome? I say, he's around. So Professor Iwayemi will be the one teaching us. I will take instruction from him today whenever he's around. But he's going to talk on energy transition and green growth strategies for sustainable industrialization. That's what he's going to. Let me do this as introduction while we are waiting for him. Yes, there are many pathways to structural transformation. We mentioned some of them yesterday. Industrialization is one of them. Diversification is one of them. technology, research and development is another one. We talk about regional integration and so on. So we have so many of them. Yeah. So what I'm going to do as the moderator is just to listen to them, and it is my time to give my Oga instruction in terms of time and so on, and to stop him if he did not stop. So it is a privilege for me to share this, and I will cherish this for many years to come. But on a serious note, I think we need to listen to them one after the other. And let me consult with them in terms of the order we want to go. While Thank you very much. We start with our teacher. And again, he will teach us again the energy transition, but this time around without appropriate pricing. Prof, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, moderator. Thank you, Nes, for inviting me to be part of this session on a topic that excites me because energy is key to human livelihood. Energy is key to development. Energy, too, from the other side, can also produce negative externalities, that we want to mitigate. So I won't bore you with some of these fundamentals. Everybody knows that energy drives development. Energy drives industrialization. And when we look at the history of the world generally, the last 2 centuries, actually even 3, we can see that the rapid growth that the world has witnessed, in the last 2-3 centuries have been facilitated by cheap energy, relatively cheap energy, that has driven the enormous growth in outputs and even human welfare generally compared to previous centuries. Okay? So energy has its positive dimension. And my topic is energy transition, green growth, and sustainable development. They are all interlinked because energy is at the center of them all. And interestingly, the last 2 centuries, fossil fuels have been the dominant energy source. And we know that the burning of fossil fuel not only drives the economy or even the society, but also produces negative externalities. Okay? And one of the important negative externalities in recent decades actually is climate change. Okay? The burning of fossil fuel results in greenhouse gas emission, and the buildup of greenhouse gas emission results in ultimately what we have seen in recent years, environmental unsustainability. And the manifestation of actually the use of energy without looking at the environmental perspective is what we have seen in recent times in terms of global warming, in terms of frequent, more frequent actually weather changes. We have seen floods, even in our own country here. We have seen weather, patterns that we've never witnessed before. And the Intergovernmental Commission on Climate Change has given us facts and figures, and everybody is convinced that, yes, the burning of fossil fuel comes at a very large cost when you don't mitigate the source of the energy you are using, and when you just emit and don't bother about it. Some have said that actually, based on the Kuznets curve, environmental curve, okay, as income increases, people, spend more on income, eventually it reduces. But what is important for us is that the burning of fossil fuels and biomass have generated so much human pain, let me call it, and human effects. Okay? So, if climate change has come and we are seeing the realities, the question is, if energy is the major source of this climate change, so what do we do? And to summarize, the net zero emission targeted for 2050 in the developed world, in Nigeria 2060, some other African countries, which means we need to replace the fossil fuel that generates these negative externalities, to replace them with renewable energy. Okay? And so the transition from fossil fuel to renewable energy, okay, is going to create a structural shift in energy use pattern. And we're already witnessing that energy shift. Increasingly, okay. Is it? Okay. Okay, okay.
Yeah, it's there.
Okay. Oh, okay, on the, okay. Thank you very much. Okay.
Where's my bag?
Oh, okay. Okay. Thank you. You can go. Okay. Please. Next slide. Okay. So we want to replace the high carbon energy and economic system with a low carbon energy and economic system. So the world has agreed that we need to decarbonize, not only the energy sector, but also the economy globally. And the question is, how big is this challenge of transiting from high carbon energy sources to low carbon energy sources and energy economy? Actually, as you can see on this, the challenge depends on the share. Since oil and gas dominate the current structure, and we expect by 2030, 2050, the transition, can you please go on to the, go on? Go on. What is the figures? Please split on. Go on. Go on. Go on. Yeah. This is a best eye view from 1750 to 2025. It's actually a century change. Okay? In the 18th century, wood and biomass dominated the structure of energy use. Okay? And the major driver for the structure of energy mix at that time was availability. Everywhere where it is available, where the wood fuel is available, that's where the industry will be located. Then a century later, technology and availability led to coal and wood and biomass dominating the structure of production. In 1950, the mix has expanded. Oil, gas, coal, hydro has come in, nuclear has come in. And the major driver for the change in energy mix to this fossil fuel dominated system, where oil and gas actually dominated, because of cost, because of technology that was available, it was because of industrial market forces, all combined, to give us this energy mix. Then from 1950 to 2025, almost a century, again, the transition to another energy mix. Again, here, renewables have come in, hydro have come in, nuclear, oil, gas, and coal. And the factors that have shaped and are shaping energy mix in our time is environmental issues, okay, sustainability, the economics of the different fuels, okay, and government policy. Actually, policy has worked significantly to bring in earlier than usual renewable energy or low carbon energy. Many of the developed countries actually subsidize the use, both the production and the use of renewable energy. And through research and development, the cost of renewables have come down. So the economics of it also has worked to bring renewable to the front. And with the net zero by 2050, we're going to see a reshaping of the energy mix to now renewables on top. Hydro is part of renewable. Renewable, we're talking about, we're talking about wind energy, we're talking about solar energy, okay? And we're talking also of biofuels, the renewables. Hydro resources. Nuclear has a problem because people are afraid of the few accidents that have occurred that created panic. But it's still an area that can be explored. And we are believing the net zero in 2050, it will be clearly renewables that will dominate the structure of energy mix globally. So we can see the major fuels across the century. Radical shifts, based on economics, policy, and technology. And technology is still going to play, and is playing very critical parts and role in energizing, greening the economy globally. Yes, next. Okay, this is just to show us how global mix have been changing again from the 1800, 1850, 1900, 1950, and you can see the traditional biomass, then coal and oil, natural gas and oil since the 1950s have dominated the show. And we expect that by year 2050, this will be reversed, renewables will be on top. Next slide. This is also another picture showing the global share in energy consumption. Please go on. Okay, again, traditional fuel first. You can see the size of traditional fuel declining. Coal followed. Oil too is going to decline. And we expect renewables to climb up. Can you go on? For now, going back to the 1960s, this is the relative share of renewables in total energy consumption. It's still small, but we expect by the year 2030 to be much, much bigger, and by year 2050, renewables will be far up. Next slide. Okay, again, that's another trajectory. The various fossil fuels and renewables. Thank you. Go on. There are four key things when we talk about energy transition. One is what we call accessibility. How many people have access to energy? How many people have access to electricity? Or how many people have access to biofuel? Accessibility is core. If you cannot easily access the energy you like to use, whether for your production activity or for consumption activity, then you're going to restrain your consumption of goods and services. So accessibility is important. And all the statistics show that in Africa, accessibility is the lowest compared to other parts of the world. So that's a great challenge there. Then how affordable, Mr. Appropriate Price, the chairman, how affordable? Affordability is central to having adequate supply. You cannot run away from. There's no free lunch, even in Freetown. You have to pay to get good quality service, energy, whether it's electricity or not. Okay? So affordability, then sustainability. How sustainable, from the environmental perspective, is this particular fuel? Because there are different types of accessibility. Okay? People's accessibility to biofuels is different from people's accessibility to fossil fuel. And then secure energy, secure. How secure are we? Even here, in the last 2 days, we have experienced power failure a few times, which has disrupted activities. And where I'm staying, they said a surge came and just destroyed so many of their equipment. Okay? How secure are we? And we need to deal with this issue. Yes, next. Okay. So that's energy transition. Energy transition involves shifting structurally from a pattern to another pattern based on either the economics of it or policy direction, okay, or because of technology. Now, green growth, so energy transition, green growth. Green growth has been defined in various ways, okay? But the one that seems very encompassing is that it involves the use of natural resources very efficiently, okay? It must involve mitigating or reducing pollution, the negative externalities of production or consumption activities, okay? And it must be resilient to climate change. So everybody's talking of smart industry, smart agriculture, smart everything. You need to be smarter in using these resources so that you mitigate the negative externality arising from them. Okay? Green growth also involves what we call the decoupling of energy and GDP. In the past, there used to be a one-to-one relationship between economic growth and energy consumption. But for a variety of reasons, things have changed. And things have changed, because of economics and technology. So it's important that as we ensure we industrialize, we don't repeat the story of the more developed countries where they industrialize with all forms of externalities that we are all paying for today. So green growth essentially is about sustainable human development. Next. Okay. So the transition to a green economy is important. Okay, and green economy comes in many dimensions. Next slide. Yes. This is the many dimensions of the green economy. Okay? It involves what? Green products, green investment, everything green. Okay? Green financing, comparative advantage, fair pricing, everything. We can see that the green economy has many dimensions. Okay? And it's at the center, so it's connected to everything. It's not just the sector, energy sector, but making the whole economy to be more responsive to environmental sustainability. Next slide. And another dimension of the green economy is what you can see, but all is about what? Sustainable human development. So not only should it be low growth, low carbon growth. When we say low carbon, we are implying that renewables, okay? Resource efficiency, we are not efficient in this country. Social inclusivity is important. In other words, it's not growth and growth alone, but the human side of the story must be considered. So social inclusivity is part of it. Yes. Okay. So essentially, everybody wants to pursue industrialization because that's the basis of linking up the rest of the economy, okay, to produce the goods and services that are required, okay? And the historical evidence suggests industrialization is at the heart of wealth creation, is at the heart of job creation, is at the heart of poverty reduction. So we in Africa that are low income, okay, we need to be able to ensure that our industrialization drive, helps us to generate significant increase in income, poverty reduction, and large job creation. Go on. Okay. Go on. So mainstreaming industrial development and social inclusiveness and environmental sustainability in national plan is key to our region, getting to where it desires to be. In other words, no longer the poverty region of the world, but a region that can compete favorably. So our industrial development must foster not only economic well-being, but also social well-being of the population. Okay. Yes, next. So summing up this, so industrialization is important. It is through adoption of machinery and manufacturing that we get increased productivity and that we get technological advancement. Okay, so we need to shift, okay, from manual labor to mechanized production, whether in the agricultural sector or in the industrial sector. In the industrial sector, there is no substitute to mechanized production. But in the agricultural sector, and especially when we are talking about value chain addition, we need to shift from manual labor to mechanized production. Okay, but like every production activity or consumption activity, there are environmental and social impact of this. So we need to be able to mitigate these negative scenarios quickly. Yes. Okay. Next slide. So what are called emerging constraints to sustainable industrialization? Okay. Low human development indicators, and that's obvious. With low income, you can only purchase so much. When your income is not rising, you cannot expand your consumption activity. So, and we know in our region, most of our countries are characterized by low human development indicators. Okay, high poverty level, literacy rates, education. So that's a major factor that needs to be addressed, and hope the industrialization will help us to achieve that target. Then most of the people can hardly, at least low-income people, hardly are able to afford majority of the goods and services. We've been talking about that since the last 3 days. So we want to improve. But if you cannot afford the goods and services produced, then the market will respond by those companies folding up or getting out of the country. Then the dominance of informal sector, everything is the bulk of economic activity, we are told, is produced by the informal sector. But if you want to grow industrially, you have to go beyond those informal sector to expand from MSME to medium and to large corporations. Then another major constraint on sustainable industrial development that everybody knows is poor infrastructure, whether it's water, it's energy, it's transport, okay? And we experience persistent infrastructure shortages. And this causes industrial capacity to be underutilized in many of our industries. Yes, please. Yeah. Then there's the weak engineering infrastructure, okay? And in the world of today, with the introduction of artificial intelligence, we need to strengthen engineering infrastructure to be able to cope with the challenges of the world. Okay? So there's so much gap we need to fill in our various institutions of learning. So go on. I'll so finish in 5 minutes. Okay, development skills, slow rate of technology acquisition. Next slide. Okay, next slide. Okay, weak policy, as everybody knows that. Inadequate coordination, okay, inadequate finance, everybody knows that. Okay, transiting from small to medium to large scale faces a number of challenges. And large-scale smuggling and importation has led to dumping of goods, which will make domestic output, to suffer. Next. Now, I thought I should show us this picture, since now we have the so-called critical minerals that are essential, actually, even in the production of the new energy form we are talking about, lithium. I remember the government says, look, no raw material will be exported. Look at this lithium market. Upstream, and these critical minerals are cobalt, manganese, graphite. We find lithium in Nigeria. You have nickel, cobalt in Congo. Okay. If you just stop at upstream, you can only make 1 billion, but when you do the value chain, they are making 7 trillion. Just compare the two. So Nigeria must get, and Africa must get into the value chain of these critical minerals, so that it's not like have been doing, exporting crude oil and bringing in refined products. That has, thank God, that has stopped. So it's important that even in the African region, the countries cooperate to jointly develop these resources and add value to them so that they will no longer be perpetual exporters of raw materials. So as we move from upstream to midstream to downstream, the value addition increases. And battery is essential for solar power anyway, so it's important. Yes, finally, Africa needs to come together. And Nigeria should be a principal driver of this approach. Sorry to say that there's so much cheap talk about integration, in Africa. Different regions have had their different industrialization plans, but we have not seen much result. So we need to stop this, what I call failure to implement desirable policies for a variety of reasons. And I guess that because of recent trends, maybe we begin to re-examine, and also with respect to the AFCTA, we can begin to exploit some of these minerals in the region to add value to it so that we export products rather than raw materials. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much. I think we should give him another round of applause. And I think NES will call you again because they paid for talk that they received lecture. So that's Jara. Thank you very much. I think my Oga has given us what I call full load, taking us from energy transition, how energy has driven industrialization. And even till today, technologies are still built on energy. Whatever you want to do is critical. He has also taken us to the issue of green industrialization. The need for us to rethink so that when we are industrializing, we are not creating unnecessary externalities. Then policies that are required, the issue of critical minerals, and the one again, that we should look for a way of adding value, not only to critical minerals, but to all that we do. And again, the issue of coming together as one to promote competitiveness, to promote efficiency in the use of all these regional value chains, supply chains, and so on. So once again, we thank you for this very rich and comprehensive lecture. God bless you, sir. Now, I think we have the right to decide, but let me consult with 2 or 3 seconds with my Oga. Okay, no problem. If you have any question, query, or comment for me, just document it. We will give Professor Afekina Jerome, this time around, since you are his student, and I'm also his student, half of the time. Please, can you do it in 20 minutes, please? Thank you.
The chair, esteemed ladies and gentlemen, all protocols duly observed. First of all, I would like to thank the Nigeria Economic Society for the invitation to attend this very crucial summit. I'm exceedingly lucky to be sharing the stage with my supervisor and boss, Professor Akin Iwayemi. It's not every day you have that type of opportunity. So invariably, I'm going to disappoint Wale because you are the trade expert. I listened to you yesterday, and you already said everything about the Continental Free Trade Agreement. I didn't want to come here and repeat what you already said. Rather, we have fundamental problems about transformation in Nigeria. That's going to be the emphasis of my intervention. Invariably, this conference could not have come at a better time, as the world is witnessing polycrisis in several dimensions. That is a situation where multiple interconnected global crises, such as climate change, as we heard from Professor Iwayemi, pandemic, geopolitical conflict, and economic stability, such as the Trump tariff, are compounding each other, creating systemic vulnerabilities, and creating a bigger damage than the sum total of any of them. So the challenge for Africa is to take the destiny in its hands. There's that adage that you should never waste a good crisis. I think that time has come, which is why I'm not going to limit myself to just trade. Not only that, for Nigeria, you have to produce first before you trade. I don't know what you want to trade on for now, apart from oil. Invariably, let's start from the very focus of economic transformation, which I think is very, very important, being chosen as the theme of this conference. What is economic transformation? There are two dimensions when you talk of economic transformation. The first is moving labor and other resources from lower to high productivity sectors, what is known as structural change. Usually you have agriculture. From agriculture, you move shares from that share of GDP to industry. And from industry, eventually to services. Invariably, that is not the case in Africa. I will turn to it later. The second component is to look at raising within sector productivity, the one you call sector transformation. Take like agriculture. So many things are going wrong. So you need to be able to raise the productivity in that sector. Why is this economic transformation important for Africa? First and foremost, Africa, as we were hearing for the past 2 days, is a very useful continent. It has the world's youngest population, with more than 60% of the inhabitants under the age of 25. But the main challenge is that we do not have the jobs. Approximately 3 million new jobs are created in Africa every year. But between 10 to 15 million youths are entering the labor market every year. Today, many youths are idle, neither in education, employment, or training. You call it NEET, net. Adolescent girls especially are dropping out of school due to early marriages or childbearing. So this is a major crisis which many countries are facing. What then are the issues? To return to the point of the first transformation, in contrast to the conventional part of transformation from agriculture to industry and then services, Africa is witnessing the atypical structural transformation, which represents a situation whereby we are moving directly from agriculture to what? Services, bypassing industry. Why is this a problem? Even when you say services, it's not the services like shipping, insurance, the big services that you know. It's like somebody selling recharge card the whole of the day. You're wasting a lot of resources, labor. So that is a major challenge on underemployment affecting many African countries. In fact, Roderick 2014, Macmillan, and several of them around that period, 2016, focused centrally on the slow movement of resources from agriculture into industry in Africa, notably manufacturing. Coming out with the major assertion that the process of structural transformation was inadequate to power growth in Africa. In fact, all through the structural adjustment years, a process of deindustrialization has set in Africa. We are yet to recover. We don't have those jobs because it's manufacturing at the end of the day that is going to give you those credible jobs for structural transformation. So invariably what you find is that Africa patterns of structural transformation prompt many important questions for the policymakers. Can the growth of these sectors generate enough jobs to employ people productively without relying on manufacturing growth? So can these new jobs incorporate women, youth, and skilled workers? Will this job be sufficiently productive for power growth and raise income? So those are some of the issues which I will try to provide answers to in the remaining part of my intervention. But before that, reacting to this atypical transformation in Africa, Brooklyn this year, 2025, came up with a new study. They called it New Pathways to Job Creation and Development in Africa, the Promise of Industries Without Smoke Stacks. What they did, unfortunately, Nigeria was not one of the case studies. They took 8 particular case studies where they studied. So now that it's difficult for you to industrialize, you cannot make industry. What are those sectors then that can behave like industry in terms of job creation, labor productivity, and what have you? So for each of these countries, they took like the first 3 or 4 major sectors. I'm recording this story because I think it's very, very important for Nigeria. Because when we did the first rebasing, we all went to sleep. We were jubilating that we were not the biggest economy in Africa. With this recent rebasing, now that you are 4th in Africa, I hope you will have time to think properly. It is a time for you to look at those sectors driving growth, study them critically, to look at the constraints in the world in terms of music, as well as Nollywood. Those are 2 sectors we need to interrogate and see how we can take them forward in terms of moving the country forward. But that is no substitute to manufacturing. We have to go back to manufacturing. I'm always reminded by the word by Hadun Chank of SOAS. I think, Wale, it was with you at the time you were at the University of London, that developing countries should not be tricked into thinking that they can skip the industrialization pace. It is very, very important. We need to go back to what? Industrialization. Now, let me quickly, in 5 minutes or so, look at the case of Nigeria, where I think we got things wrong and how we can move forward. The growth experience, which is episodic, has been accompanied by a limited structural change and economic transformation. The monograph by Professor Iwayemi on economic growth in Nigeria is an evergreen. Go back to it. The truth is there every time. So also was the president's lecture yesterday. I read it last night, and the issues are coming up why we've not done that. So invariably, we need to go back to the drawing board. The country's high level of informality and heavy reliance on oil and gas exports has meant that we paid very little attention to developing the manufacturing sector or diversifying into more complex sectors of growth. In fact, manufacturing as a proportion of GDP has been hovering around 10% in the past 3 decades. Even looking at the rebasing figures, it reduces to 8.6%. I have a presentation where you can see those charts. I can share it later, but I don't want to bore you. So manufacturing has been a problem. And if you look at the export component, which is very, very important, you find that the manufacturing exports account for just 3% in Nigeria. Using World Bank data, at least for the last 10 years, which was what I did. This is very, very low when you compare to countries like Malaysia, that has almost 70%, Singapore with 74%, with 91.2%. So also in the paper I'm going to circulate, you are going to see contribution of those. So looking specifically at the manufacturing sector, what has been the bane? What are the main challenges? Policies usually are very good on paper, but they are never well implemented, which has been with the bane. We started with the import substitution industrialization. From there, we moved to the industrialization decree. At every stage, many of them were abused. And since 2002, we've been experimenting with the backward integration policy in several projects, whether automobile, rice, or what have you, even oil and gas. Invariably, it's only cement that has been successful. That is where you'll be able to be self-sufficient. Whether it's because of the Dangote factor, I don't know. But Dangote is also in sugar. You didn't get that type of result in sugar. So we still need to get some of these things. What are the major challenges? This includes difficulties in obtaining adequate and reliable power. I mean, Professor YME already alluded to that. Last year, I think there were about 14 national outages. They are even increasing in number. I mean, there is no way you can industrialize without electricity. The good thing is that there are now alternatives now, solar panels and coal. So, but we have to take it seriously. So also, poor quality infrastructure network, whether you talk of road or something. I mean, it's only in Abuja, the capital, but I think Nigeria is only around 20-30%. I don't even know the last figures. So also, the skills gap is intensifying. Not just limiting ourselves. If we take the case of agriculture, it is in a comatose state because of the dust disease syndrome and more recent climate change and conflict, which are the major drivers of food insecurity in the world. The organization where I work, we have a document which we call the State of Food and Nutrition Security in the World. Invariably, the latest statistics indicate that the food insecurity in Nigeria is 24.5%, which is even higher than 21.6% for Africa. I'm rounding up just 1 minute. Invariably, the causes are that in Nigeria, in northern Nigeria especially, insecurity has fractured supply chains, poor infrastructure also, and post-harvest losses, which are as high at 30 to 50% for some crops. So also, farmers are also becoming an endangered species. The average age of the farming population is 60. Nobody's thinking of a replacement. Finally, I think the policies in that sector are also wrongly footed. Take the case, now you're going to bring 2,000 tractors from Belarus and you are jubilating. I can tell you that it's going to take you nowhere. In the next 2 years, those tractors are going to end up as tractor dumped because you are not thinking of the replacement cost and what the farmers actually need. There's also an agreement with dairy to get 2,000 tractors. I mean, the way some of our politicians approach these problems, I mean, it defies simple logic. Well, since I'm asked to round up, but if we have enough time, maybe the question session, I would like to talk about the Nigeria's Russia export.
When you're on podium, you don't even remember that time is going. Thank you, Afekina. I know Professor YME is pressed for time. If you agree with me, we will throw the floor open to interrogate Professor YME's presentation. Then after that, we can come back to Afekina. Is that okay? Then we then take the one online. Is that okay? Thank you very much. If you want to say anything, either comment, question, query on Professor YME's presentation, raise up your hand now or forever keep quiet. And I will do the numbering. Yes, I will do the numbering. You are number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7. Oh, 7, 8, and 9, 10. Please bear with us. 1 minute each. Just go to the... Don't thank him anymore. I will do the thanking on your behalf. Just go straight to the either comment. Number 1, your time starts now. We can hear you, but for recording.
Okay. So my name is Adedoyin Adeleke. I work for Green Good Africa. I'm excited to see that there is a topic on this. And I think all that Prof has said is true, indeed, and I really commend his presentation. However, there are a lot of innovation. I mean, that's what we do in about more than 13 African countries. What we have found in Nigeria, there are innovations, there are solutions, but the policy limitations are there. Take, for instance, we have a green building in Ibadan. We're trying to build another one in Abuja. We build a waste plastic bottle instead of cement. I mean, and all those concrete stuff. But the issue is, just to take building sector, for instance, if you want to do that, the regulation around building approval and all of that has not been improved to accommodate for those new materials. And I can go sector by sector. Green growth is, the art of green growth is sector decarbonization. Now, how do we engage with the government in a more practical way to be able to get them to revise, update our policy, regulation, and legislations to allow for these new green materials in the sectors? Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Please, that's a very good template. Number 2, you better identify yourself.
Good afternoon, sirs. My name is Adeshola Kukoyi from the University of Lagos. Sir, that was a very good presentation. However, my concern is that energy itself is, though it's the root of production, we need to look at it from other ramifications. First, energy, according to the law of thermodynamics, is neither created nor destroyed, and as a matter of fact, so is capital. Now, my concern as far as the availability of energy for production is concerned is the paradox that we face. And we need to be able to address this paradox. Number 1 is the area of market. Sometimes there is no market. If there is a market, there may not be policy. If there is policy, there may not be technology. And where there is technology, there may not be finance. So we have to establish a pathway and linkage that will allow this paradox to be resolved. That's on the one hand. On the other hand is the issue of transition to clean energy, renewable energy, whatever we call it. The reality is that this energy, first, if it is smart, it may not be clean. If it is clean, it may not be safe. If it's safe, it may not be available. If it is available, it may not be accessible. If it is accessible, it may not be durable. And if it is durable, it's not affordable. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Number 3.
Yeah, good morning. My name is Mela Teso from Taraba State University, Jalingo. Sir, it is no news that renewable energy is the new ideal and is a path to go. Quite unfortunately for those of us in Africa where poverty is very high, the issue of affordability of renewable energy sources is a big challenge. To power a factory with renewable energy, for instance, solar, requires billions of naira. You remember, just to power the villa, we're talking of investing over 10 billion naira to power it. Now, for a region that is already suffering very high rate of poverty, how can we ever afford these renewable energy sources? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Number 4, where are you? No, it's somewhere here. I didn't recognize you. 4 is somewhere here.
Okay, thank you very much. My name is Abdurazak Ibrahim from Department of Economics, Northwest University, Kano. Prof, mine is a question. Sir, do you think if African countries rely on renewable energy, that can lead them to achieve a meaningful development? Could we achieve that? That is the question.
Your neighbor is next. Number 5.
Yeah. Thank you, sir. My name is Dr. Francis Igberasi from Abrusale University, Epoma. While not challenging our father, I have problem with the statement, there is no free lunch in Freetown. Okay. There are countries where there are free lunches.
Okay.
It's just that it is an excuse for the government to keep on impoverizing us. We economists should not fall into it. Because availability in the dimensions, availability without accessibility is equals to unavailability. Because you will not have utilization, there will not be stability. Let us not recommend policies that will transfer income from the lower segment to the richer segment, especially in a country where few has already laid hold to nation's wealth. As economists, we must be bold to talk to government. They say they have removed fuel subsidy so that we will have subsidy somewhere. As of today, nothing is being subsidized for Nigeria. If the prof can say we recommend what is removed from fuel to renewable energy so that the poor can have access to it. Otherwise, any policy that does not have alternative to the poor is no policy. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. 6.
Here you go, sir.
Thank you very much. My name is Kunle Ezun from EcoBank. I think 2 slides actually caught my attention when Prof was presenting. And the first one is the chart on energy transition. Between 2025 and 2050, there seems to be no change in energy transition. I do believe that there could be that we still going to be relying so much on fossil fuel. So I thought there should be, we would like to see a major shift around that corridor. Then the second one is, the second slide when you talk about the key building blocks to energy transition. And so my thought is on the second item, which is affordability. The nation is driving towards a $1 trillion economy by 2030. And I do believe that energy will play a major role. So if we are not able to address affordability, then we might be slowing down that growth momentum. Thank you.
Thank you. Number 7. Kumi. 8. Okay, 8. Give it to him before we go up there. Yes.
Thank you very much, sir. My name is Kumi Adio Moses, Director General, Lagos State Public Service Staff Development Center in Lagos. The 3 of you, including the President and yes, are all my lecturers. I want to mention that I'm concerned about how we see progress in development in some areas, and it takes so much time to replicate it in other states. So, for example, you have in Lagos State the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Resources, and you have said here the importance of making sure that energy provides the solution to industrialization and that we cannot jump over it, which means that the states need to create that structure. And Lagos State has done that. They've even held a national conference on that. But it seems so slow spreading to other states. What can we do in your position to make sure that those kind of steps that we know are necessary are sped up and implemented immediately? Thank you.
Thank you very much. 9. I think 9 is by your side, if I remember. If not, we go to 10. 10, yes, thank you.
Thank you, sir. My name is Dr. Friday Ohuche. I'm the Chief Economic Advisor to Abia State Government. My question is that the energy transition plan we currently implement will likely run into some problem because the major emitters of hydrogen are revising their own plans. And we are still stuck with our own plan. Nigeria generates 0.03% of emissions, but suffers disproportionate impact of energy. And we are expected to lead the transition. When the major emitters, Russia, India, and the rest of them are actually revising their own plans. So how do we phase in the issue of phasing out carbon, phasing out fossil fuel, which is the backbone of our economy, and then phasing in renewable energy, which we intend to
use as a replacement without suffering serious economic consequences. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Apologies for rushing all of you. I think the message is clear. We need more time to discuss the beautiful presentation. But for some of you, I think you will need to pay school fees for Prof to take you through some of them. Like Kumi, what you are asking for, get money from Lagos State, Prof will do a paper for you. So Prof, over to you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator. Let me start with the last speaker. As I said in my presentation, there's this what we call cheap talk. You know, education for all by year 2000, health for all by year 2010, security for all by year 3030. But those years will come and nothing happens. We have, as you rightly said, there's an energy transition plan. You know, we are sorry to say that when it comes to implementation, you know, across sectors, we have not learned our lesson over the years. We are a failure. It's not the Nigerian character, but I think it's that there are no sanctions against, you know, poor performance. No sanction against even those who betray the trust put upon them. And until we do that, we have all these documents, first national plan, 10th national plan. Yesterday, we were told that the first 5-year plan was 2021 to 2025. And the next one is going to be 2026 to 2030, the magic year for the 1 trillion, you know, economy. To have 1 trillion economy, the kind of manufacturing sector you are going to have and the kind of industrial sector you are going to have, you know, and the many Dangotes that should be replicated to also add value to raw materials across, you know, sectors. You know, it's a tragedy that pharmaceutical companies are leaving Nigeria and Nigerians cannot substitute for them. You know, that I say, perpetually you remain, you know, as a small scale. You need to grow up to medium, grow up to the large scale. So that's my response, that we are facing something, you know, we are on our own. Let me put it that way. Okay, but we need to improve so that all these documents we produce, you know, we document, we evaluate, and learn lessons from them. Otherwise, we will circulate at low level equilibrium. Okay, Mr. Dio Moses. Well, upscaling actually, even good ideas. To start from that, if we can upscale good ideas to innovations, you know, we have so much potential, and that's why actually I'm excited about Nigeria of the future, this young generation. There are a number of them who are very creative, you know. Many of them who have ideas, and that leads me up to what our brother there said about, you know, new materials coming in. You see, regulators are trying to catch up with different sectors globally, not even in Nigeria alone. Okay? And our regulators, again, that's another area in Nigeria, that our regulatory agencies have not really done the best. Let me put it mildly in that regard. You know, we need to be smart. We need to be proactive.
They say Nigeria.
And since the system does not reward even that, the system rewards rent-seeking. So that's why we have this kind of distortion and imbalance in the system. You know, There are those who are, ready to rave away, but they are slowed down by government policies, by lack of concern. What is in it for me? That's what regulators are looking for. And with that kind of mentality, there's no way, we will not face challenges and remain infants. We are talking infants. The industry wants government to protect. How long will infants be infants? They need to grow up to be young men and women. Okay? So I would say also, government needs to look at the social dimensions of policies. We talked about it yesterday too. I always give this analogy. For those of us who have been to dentists, okay, if they want to do an extraction for you, they first of all do what? Give you an injection so that it will deaden the pain, and then they can remove it and then go. That's modern time. In the past, they will use something to yank up your... So what we have done, we did not apply that anesthesia, but it's not too late. You can still target. I know India targets billions of people. So we can directly target people. Yes, markets are markets. Prices should be prices to reflect scarcity of value. But the government has its own role to play, in creating an environment that will lift, people up. You cannot be subsidizing. You don't have the resources even to subsidize something. So when people realize the value of, I remember, for example, with electricity, when they started increasing their price, I would see just things that needs to be switched up, in my home. Some people say, at the band A, that 1 week they are 5,000 is gone. But the important thing, if the investors don't have products paid for so that they can make a return commensurate with the industry, they will not supply. That's why we are in this mess in electricity. And finally, yes, the four factors, accessibility, affordability, security, are important. They're important. It's a dilemma that has to be dealt with. You have to learn the art of juggling policies so that you can keep your constituents happy and still make a movement forward. So paradoxes will still exist. They are still existing now. We need to remove all those paradoxes so that Nigeria will be a better place to be. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Another round of applause for him. Now we are running out of time, seriously, but we still need to listen to Afekina. So let's take, how many questions? Well, since you are taking him to the airport, or somebody's taking. Okay. Can we have the online person now? Please, maximum 15 minutes, please.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. While we await the online presenter to join us, I'd like to announce to the NESA participants that as soon as this session ends, you're kindly requested to remain in the hall for your session while the other attendees break for lunch. Further, during the session that was just going on, I think while Professor Iwayemi was speaking, the chairman of the Presidential Committee of Fiscal Policy and Tax Reforms, Mr. Taiwo Oyedele, joined us. Can we please recognize his presence with a round of applause? You are welcome, sir. Media, do we have the online presenter now? Thank you.
Now, can they just go on? Where is it? Okay. Hello, can you hear us? We can hear you. Check. Unmute yourself. Chief, we can hear you. You need to unmute yourself. Okay. Not yet. Hello? If you can hear us, we can hear you. We'll come back to you later. I think let's take one or two questions for Professor Afekina. Then we'll come back to him. Not until they are sure. We cannot be going up and down. Any question, comment? You are number one, sir. Number two, number three, and that is enough for now. Number one, you have the floor.
Thank you, Prof, for that wonderful presentation. I introduced myself earlier. I'm excited about the study you quoted about Brookings or other Brookings or Brookings institution, about looking at sectors that can replicate the advantages of the normal sectors that ought to drive transformation. And you mentioned specifically Nollywood and the music industry in Nigeria. My question is it possible for us to do backward integration of those sectors to be able to drive the sectors that we expect to drive transformation but are not driving it? I think that's my major question. Is it possible we can do that?
Thank you very much.
Yes.
Thank you. Number two is here at the back.
I am Okewu Idowu Adeni from Caleb University. I want to make a submission here that in terms of Human Development Index, that capture education, health, and standard of living. The standard of living index, Nigeria Human Development Index is about 0.56, giving us that we are in the medium. My point here is that we carried out a research which we make the presentation in the concurrent session yesterday, and we made a submission that what is driving this Human Development Index is not standard of living, and that is very important because when the standard of living is not driving the index, we are likely to make the error that we are experiencing development. Or the research showed that health has a very significant positive effect, and then education. So what my take here is that with the macroeconomic fundamentals, speaking negative language, the poverty has over 54%, inflation, we are to tax the government as well to insist on publishing the old model and the new, the one that is rebased, 2009 rebase and 2024 rebase. Because if you observe that in 2025, the inflation dropped, not because of the fact that prices are going down, but it's because of the COIPIC classification of consumption pattern according to UN So my point here is that as an economist, we should always interrogate this data. Let's continually ask the government to make sure that we have appropriate macroeconomic fundamental driving our standard of living rather than giving us figures that are rebased. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now, Prof.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I want to commend Jerome for his aggressive presentation. I'm sure you won't attack me on that word use. I think there are some issues that I need to raise. One is the issue of policy. I don't know, he mentioned that, but I think it's very critical. He's been able to
Just go to this.
talk about transformation on the continent. Policy should be very well focused in many African countries. I happen to have handled this issue when I was at UNECA. I was the chief of industry in the UNECA. So there are issues about policy for many African countries. I think it's something that needs to a focus to industrialize. And we have the IDA program, which I'm sure you are familiar with, which actually for many countries has actually failed. They focus to accelerate the growth of industry on the continent. So the policy issue is something that I think is very important. The other issue is about financing. We know about the agenda in Addis Ababa to finance industrialization. It's a critical issue which is still hanging. And of course, we know the original Monterrey Consensus is a problem in being able to mobilize resources to finance industrialization. Then the last issue is about, even for small industry, SMEs, there's the issue of linkages. It's also part of the study I happen to have done for the AU. The linkages are usually very weak for you to industrialize, and we end up staying long at the small and medium scale level. So I think these are issues probably you didn't have enough time to dwell on, which are very critical to enhance industrialization on the continent. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now we listen to an announcement, then we come back to Prof.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, if you're the chairperson or secretary of the state chapter of NES in your respective states, you are kindly reminded that there will be a meeting with the president during the lunch break, and it'll be at the boardroom, if I'm not mistaken. So please, when we break for lunch and NESA is having their program here, state chairmen and state secretaries, kindly make your way to the boardroom for the meeting with the president. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. Now I think the questions that you have, they are all very direct and simple. Sir, you raised the issue of industrializing without a smoke screen. It's there in the literature. And there are different advantages and disadvantages. But what we need is government policy into that direction. The linkages will be there. Professor Ewayemi raised the issue about reform that we have and the debate in the literature. For most of us who are used to J-curve analysis, what we are saying is at the best, we are still at the bottom of that J. What is expected at that level is government to reveal its own priority and to incentivize the sector for the private sector to respond to. And that will launch us, provided there are no other shocks, into what we call sustainable growth. But right now, I'm not sure government has done that. Which of the sector are they going to provide support, incentive? For example, if you go and study the common agricultural policy of EU, then you will know that there is no way we can compete in terms of agriculture unless we are not going to trade or import or export agriculture from anywhere in the world. A cow is earning more than some professors because they do subsidy per head of cow in some cases. So the playing ground is not leveled at all. And that's why countries should also look at, we have comparative advantage here, and we are going to move in this direction. It is no longer strictly production from the beginning to the end. No. Yesterday I mentioned the issue of value chain, regional value chain. Somebody else will couple it and you have something. So it is, services is coming in different shape. Somebody was raising the AFTA, we are not ready in the area of transport. And I said, maybe that's not our priority. But one priority that we should not miss out is business services. If you are an accountant, you should be able to practice anywhere in Africa. If you are a teacher, you should be able to go to any country and teach. Insurance, bankers. In West Africa, for example, you will see our banks. That's pattern into production. Services are entering into production of all these things. In any case, Professor, it is your...
Very direct and straightforward. In the case of the first question on supporting Nollywood and the film industry, it is very, very crucial. I'm not suggesting that government should be directly involved. Whatever the government touches in Nigeria, it kills it. No. First of all, you need a study to find out how to support these industries so that you can get some value added to the more of it to the national economy. What do I mean? Very many of these films and even music, they are going to other countries to produce these films. But if you have the facilities for them here, I mean, they are paying for them. You can then add to the local economy. You can also have facilitated institutions. Well, I was living in South Africa the time they were trying to support their film industry. Invariably, the study they did was by Professor Ebewo. I think he's the Vice Chancellor somewhere around here now. We need that type of study too. How can we support these new evolving sectors that can shape the economy? ICT is also one of them. A lot is happening in Lagos. You go to Computer Village, but you see little support or leakages from the government. That should not be the way. Invariably, you should invest in them. With time, these people are going to pay tax, so you're going to get your revenue back. Those are the type of support which I are suggesting. The second question was human capital. I don't really know what you were driving at, but what I can agree with you is that human capital development is very, very important, especially the crucial sectors of education and health. We are beginning to lag behind there. We need to do something critical. I don't know, I've lost touch of number of universities you have now, but how many of those universities can really call themselves that they are universities in the true sense of it? The name from university comes from international. Number of foreign students, foreign lecturers, and what have you. How many universities in Nigeria can boast of that now? Those are some of the challenges we're having. My good friend Owokoma, I'm going to agree with you today that policy is very, very important. Like I said during my presentation, on paper, we have extremely good policies. But the major problem is implementation. Like where I work now, the African Union, where I was in the past 8 years, if I have my way, I'm going to ban conferences. The only thing they do there is one conference or another. Even right now, I had to sneak out of Addis Ababa. The Africa Climate Conference 2 is on. Talk, but nobody is implementing. Maybe we should stop those conferences and try and implement the recommendations from them first. Let me stop there. Thank you.
So, according to Afekina, we should close this conference and go and implement. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Now I learned that the online presenter is ready. Can we listen to him? Council members, they want us to suspend this maybe after lunch. It's not even part of this, but we just want to. Since we can't take it now, I think what is left for me is to, Femi, what is going on? Okay, I think my duty is to thank the presenters and thanking you also, the audience, for your intervention, for raising questions. But just as I said, I need to advertise that we can do consultancy for you if the price is right. Mm-hmm. We will continue to interrogate this one after the other. Thank you very much, and God bless you all.
Maybe he went to his house.
Photographers, please. There will be a quick group photograph, so please can you just arrange them so that they can take that photograph and be done. Thank you.
Hello, ADB, you go to the restaurant, Fellows and Council restaurant. All others, you can choose any other point other than the students' points. The students' point is actually the outside restaurant. So if you are not a student, don't bother to go there so that they can have time for themselves too. But every other point, you are allowed to take your lunch there. We'll come back in 45 minutes time, most, please. But at 30 minutes time, we'll start chasing ourselves to come back so that we can meet up with the time. Thank you very much. Hello.
All right.
Council members, fellows, go to the restaurant. All others, use any other points. We have enough points to make it faster for everybody. And there is enough food for everybody, please. There is enough for everybody. Thank you.
NESA participants, could you kindly move forward, please? Participants from NESA, if you're at the back of the hall, could you kindly move forward? Students, please, that is a combination of NESA and Aegis participants.
Okay, you have your meeting here, right? Okay.
2 of the Nigerian Economic Society's annual 66 conference echoed powerful voices across government and development spaces. But amidst the different speeches and presentation came one resounding truth. Africa's development is hinged on Nigeria's strategic planning and reforms. Most anticipated and excitedly was the Vice President's delivery of a keynote speech that declared that every policy is a verdict on life, and he re-emphasized the current administration's commitment to ensuring that there is a nexus between economics and politics and redefining modern leadership. Quite stimulating as well was the NES president posing a question on the feasibility of Nigeria's $1 trillion GDP goal by 2030. Meanwhile, the fireside chat with the Minister of Finance and Budget Planning Ministries emphasized and reinforced the urgency to diversify beyond oil and into a constitutional foundation that ensures economic planning. As we move towards day 3, the focus shifts to economic transformation, social inclusion, and the future of Africa's trade. At NES 66, the discourse continues until we fully rethink Africa's development.
All right, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon one more time. Ladies and gentlemen, you are not responding like students who are energetic. Good afternoon. If you've not eaten, shout so that we know. Good afternoon. So
Day 2 of the Nigerian Economic Society's annual 66 conference echoed powerful voices across government and development spaces. But amidst the different speeches and presentation came one resounding truth. Africa's development is hinged on Nigeria's strategic planning and reforms.
Comrade Sokoga Boluatife Kuram, please put your hands together for him as he comes forward. Up next, the chairman of the Association of Graduate Economic Students, in person of Comrade Evaristus Ikpa. Please put your hands together for him as he also comes forward. I'll also be calling on Dr. Harrison Okafor from the Central Bank of Nigeria. Dr. Harrison Okafor or his representative. Okay, while we wait for him to arrive or his representative to come forward, I'll call on the Chief Executive Officer of the Institute for Governance and Economic Transformation, Ms. Evelyn Dan Epele. Please put your hands together for her as she comes forward. The President of the Nigerian Economic Society, Professor Adeola Adenikeju, is likely to join us shortly. I've just been informed that Dr. Harrison Okafor is here. As he makes his way to the stage, please put your hands together for him. Dr. Okafor has a lot of money for you, so the louder you clap, the more he can sponsor NESA and Aegis events. Dr. Okafor, they've clapped for you, so they'll drop the account number immediately after this. Like I mentioned just earlier, the President has a brief meeting, but he'll be making an appearance shortly. At this time, I'll call on the moderator. He's the National Student Liaison Officer of the Nigerian Economic Society, and he'll be moderating this event. He's none other than Dr. Chukunonso Ekesiobi. So please put your hands together for him as he comes forward. This plenary session, ladies and gentlemen, is on effective communication of economic research findings, pathways, opportunities, and challenges for economic students. I'll now hand over the program effectively to Dr. Ekesiobi as we commence in earnest. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. A round of applause, please, for our MC. Thank you very much. But don't go too far. You know you are still in our constituency. So I think, ladies and gentlemen, you're welcome to this plenary session. For the students, I would like to start it this way. No matter how beautiful an economic policy is, if it fails to have an impact on the society, the quality of life of people, those that is intended to improve their living conditions, then it makes no sense. So that is why the Nigeria Economic Society, in collaboration with the student bodies, that is the Nigeria Economic Students Association, NESA, and the Association of Graduate Economic Students, AGES, have thought it wise to come and discuss a very pertinent issue that affects not just students, but generally, researchers in general. And what are we talking about? Yes, I have established that it doesn't make sense for us to have beautiful policies that makes no impact. Or do we derive joy in doing something for doing sake? And let us clear one fact. Nigeria, Africa by extension, we have the brightest of scholars, and not just economics, but various disciplines. But when these scholars keep churning out research that makes no meaning or has little impact as far as policy is concerned, as far as decision-making is concerned, then we just keep repeating a particular cycle. Now, what is more interesting, or what is more troubling, is that I think there was a United Nations report this August that you brought to my attention, Ms. Ekpele. She brought to my attention, and the report was very, very damning. It was like, yes, the United Nations releases hundreds, if not thousands of reports across its various agencies annually. But they found out that these reports are either not read at all. Yes, either not read at all, or they do not get to the target population. The impact do not get felt by those people who these policies are designed for. So now we ask, what is the problem? And how do we kind of reverse this trend? And that is why we are here to discuss the theme of this topic, which is, imperatively looking at how we can make our economic research effective. So the pathways, the opportunities, and challenges for economic students. And when we say economic students, why are we interested? Before you graduate, you are expected to put up a research project, right? Impartial fulfillment, for the award of a degree in economics, So if that is part of the fulfillment, what gives you the full fulfillment? Is it for you to conduct that research only for it to be, put in a shelf somewhere? After you must have spent the money, the time, the energy, the resources, and even the quote-unquote, the wahala of some of your supervisors. At the end, you just produce something that they will just put in the shelf. Does that really make sense? Please, so this is an interactive session. Does that really make sense? That you have to pass through all those things only for the research findings not to impact policy? And now let me tell you a very interesting part. You are not the only ones affected. We on this side, when we talk of the professionals, the lecturers and co, most of us now, you see us running against time, producing research, not for research that may address policy problems, but because we have been told that if you don't have a particular number of research publications, you will not be promoted. So when we are pursuing research for the sake of promotion or for the sake of visibility, as it were, the number of papers you have published, the number of citations that paper has gotten, the visibility, as it were, and the rest of them. Which publication platform? Is it a Scopus indexed publication outlet? Is it Q1? Is it Q2? Those obsessions. But without necessarily looking at how the outcome of this research is influencing policy, is transforming lives. And that is why we are here under the theme of the conference, Rethinking Africa's Development. How can we rethink the process of how we communicate economic research better so that they can have impact? So what are the challenges? What are the opportunities? And how do we get there? So it's a pleasure to have these distinguished panelists in our midst.
The national president for Nigeria Economics. For my project, I think my project research was quite a good time. I think I enjoyed the research. I wrote on the impact of human capital development on economic growth using the base year of 2000 to 2023 for my research work. And I think, though it was kind of stressful, but then it gave me the knowledge on research and how to write paperwork also.
Okay, thank you. So now, you from your research, obviously there are research findings, there are recommendations, policy recommendations you made. So, how do you think your findings, what do you think stand as the barriers for making your findings notable to, first and foremost, even your students' community, before you begin to look at more professional organizations or platforms?
Okay, so I think the barriers for communicating my research findings would be the lack of the platforms to communicate these findings. As the students' body, were kind of limited to the classroom of our different universities, and we're not able to discuss these findings with other professional bodies or other gathering of students. And I think that's the barrier, because we just keep our findings to ourselves, our policy recommendations, and they don't even fly more than the walls of our classroom or the books or the project works that we print out. And I think all our findings just get restricted there. So that's one of the barriers I would say is affecting project writing as undergraduate students.
Okay, thank you very much. Now, you can hand over to the Aegis president. So now, he was former national president of NESA, so he has graduated from NESA to leading the postgraduate body of economic students. So we like that consistency.
Thank you, sir.
For you to still be with us, it means that you still have hope in Nigeria. You have not japa.
Not at all.
Not at all, not yet. Which one? So now, looking at Aegis now, at the postgraduate level, the research is more rigorous, it's more detailed, as it were. So what platforms do you think are yet to be explored in disseminating the findings of postgraduate research? And how can Aegis, as a new kid on the block, as it were, how can Aegis help to facilitate dissemination of postgraduate research?
Okay, thank you very much, sir. I think in terms of platform, this is one of the platforms.
Yes, yes, okay.
If you notice, in this conference, out of the 300 and something papers presented, I believe more than 50 of those papers were presented by postgraduate students. So in Aegis, we want to see how we can collaborate. Our slogan is advancing research through collaboration. So there are members of this platform, Aegis, that have other bigger platforms at which you can publish your papers, you can make your findings known. So when you come to Aegis, we give you that platform. Recently, we were speaking with one of our members. I think you were in that conversation with one of our members who is in Bournemouth University. He's offering us a platform for research collaboration. If the Nigerian space does not really value research outcomes, does not really value the policies that come out from our research, we have people we intend to partner with and we are discussing with that will give us that platform that we can make our research findings known out there. So I think that's one aspect that we are coming in. Then secondly, during our monthly webinar series that we do, so far what we have been doing is we get people talk to us. But we are looking at forums where we have our own conferences, we have our own hybrid sections where we make our presentations. We criticize them, we make it known to people. Either we use podcasts, because we understand that social media these days is one of those powerful tools that you cannot undermine. So what we have been doing conventionally is you make your research. If you don't have a conference platform like this to present, you just present at the departmental level, straight. Your thesis or dissertation goes straight to the shelf, and that's where it ends. So here, we want to encourage our students or postgraduate students by giving them this platform. You have the conference to present your paper. You have our webinars to present your paper. And we also have special workshop sessions and collaborations outside. Thank you.
Okay. Please, can we go to the CBN? Yes. So I think before the MC left, he told us to actually meet with the CBN after this session so he can show us love. So maybe before he leaves, he can not only tell us about how to communicate economic research better, but to also tell us how to, he can also communicate with us how to get funds from the CBN as well. Dr. Harris, you're welcome, sir. Yes, I've known him for quite a very long time. He has a PhD in economics from the University of Ibadan. I know today with the CBN and I think sometime with the International Monetary Fund as well. So, sir, in all these, I know that the central bank houses the largest collection of research economists in Nigeria, if I'm not mistaken. So with what has been going on in the CBN, as far as research is concerned, as far as your policies, your publications and the rest, how do you think the reception of most of these policies have been as far as the Nigerian society is concerned? So what do you think they have been well received? I want to give you an instance. The one of, is it the currency swap, the redenomination, what's this other one again? The one that has to do with the new guidelines for POS operators and or whatnot. So you see that most times it's not as if the intentions are not good, but maybe there may be communication gaps. So from your own end, from the experience in the central bank, what do you think are the causes for these communication gaps? And how do we align, for instance, monetary policy with the target population of this policy?
Thank you very much, Dr. Nonso. I think you have raised two very fundamental issues here. One that has to do with the issue of how the central bank, utilize the research output that comes from various research institutions. Okay, particularly, I will talk about, say, students, whether for undergraduate and postgraduate. And then you also talk about how to bridge the gap, in terms of information. So I will start with the first one. What I like you to know is that in central bank, every policy that you see the central bank churn out has been subjected to very serious and rigorous review. And such reviews emanate from research outcomes, from both the staff and even what you students and researchers you do. So we subject, from time to time we do have seminars, we have different offices and divisions and departments. So for instance, the monetary policy, the research, the statistics, financial market, trade and exchange, and some of these policy-oriented departments. So we do, we usually we meet, craft these policies, review them before we bring them out. So part of the resources we use in the course of these reviews are the research outputs from what you have put out there. So we take them, review them. Sometimes, if there is the need, we even reach out to some of these authors. Okay, look, we have looked at what you've done. We want to have a closer look. You come closer, we discuss it. And so we harness it. Don't think that some of the things you do, they just end up. Except, like the Aegis president talked about, maybe you just finish such research and you dump it in your room. So long as they are in the internet, so long as they are available for us to review, we look at them. So my appeal is that don't just keep your research output just within your confine. Throw them out, and you never can tell what happens. We review them, we pick them up. When necessary, we call upon you. Then secondly, the issue of policy communication. It's key. It's at the heart of what we do in Central Bank. Essentially, we have a communication, corporate communication department that usually or from time to time, go out there to sensitize people, communicate. We have different channels. I will take my time to, from first of all, at the highest level, which is the Monetary Policy Committee meetings, you know that we often put out a communiqué after the monetary policy. That is one way we used to communicate our policies. So we'll put them out. In fact, we have just simplified them so that they can be reader-friendly. For those non-technical people, when you read our communication now, you see that it's not as technical. We have both the technical and non-technical to ensure that people understand what we are saying and what we are doing. That's one. Then we have different outlets from Twitter, from Flickr, from YouTube. You have different sites. I will give you the sites maybe before the end of this so that you can see where and how you can get access to central bank policy communications to know what we are saying. So we don't just turn out these publications. Somehow, for some persons that are somewhat far from Abuja, it looks like you may not know. But if your ears are on the radio, television, in fact, there is a program we call You and the Economy. We put out some of this information for you to understand what we are doing. So I think I will stop here, and hopefully we'll give you more, as time goes on. Thank you.
Thank you very much, very much. Personally, I know about some of the efforts about the central bank is making to disseminate its policy decisions out there. Maybe we'll come back to you. Now, let us give the king of queens and the only lady in our midst and the development communications experts. Now, I want to appreciate Miss Evelyn. You know why? This session is a fallout of the monthly webinar we had with the Aegis platform, that's Association of Graduate Economics Students, where she spoke to us about trying to bridge the policy to implementation gap using. Now we are here discussing something similar, but this time how to make effective communications for economic research. We should move away from the R&D framework, the research and development framework, to the RCD framework. That is the research, communications, and development framework. So, from the perspective of somebody who has who has studied this thing and is still studying this development communication issues, what do you think are the challenges that makes it difficult for economic policy research or findings to resonate with, the general populace?
Okay, thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm very delighted to be here, especially continuing the conversation about how communication can mediate public policy success, going from a virtual webinar to this plenary session. So I think I want to start by just giving some basic context economists why we even thought that communications. And what we're asking today is more or less an interdisciplinary approach to doing your work. And I'm sure behind your mind is a question, why should this even concern me? Why should the communications concern me? I'll tell you a little bit about the relationship. I was telling a colleague of mine that one of the biggest challenges that I have as a development communicating our everyday lives, and I think it was James Carey who coined the concept communication as culture, that speaks to how communication is apparent in literally everything that we do. So I want to draw our attention to communication theory that concerns itself with how information is sent from a source to a destination through various channels. At undergraduate level, I studied electronics and communications engineering. I feel that I can relate to economists in the house because I always argue with some of my colleagues that are economists that as much mathematics as you did as an economist is as much mathematics I did as a communications engineer, speaking to differentiations, integrations, Laplace transforms, the Fourier series, and the rest of those. And what we did at that time was try to model communications channels, whether that be analog, digital, satellite communication, fiber optic communication channels, and see how intrinsically what is happening is you're sending information from a source to a destination through a specific channel that, depending on the channel type that you're using. And sometimes that message has to be encoded and then decoded when you receive it. So I want to use communication strategy to draw our minds to what Dr. Nonso was talking about, that what we're really asking is a systemic approach to doing communications within economic research. Going from research and development that is hyper-focused on how many papers do I publish each session, how many citations do I have. When I speak to prominent economists or scholars in the field, they tend to focus on how many downloads their paper has had or how many citation points they've gotten on ResearchGate. And we're saying that, can we tweak the KPIs for what success means to you as economists, to go from seeing yourself as a sender of the message and your target audience as the recipient of the message, and that you are paying attention strategically to what specific channels you're sending these signals to. The NESA president just mentioned his research on human capital and the impact on socioeconomic dynamics. The first question that I would be asking if I were the NESA president and using this new framework is, who are my target audience? When you think about social impact, what does impact mean to you at that level? Does impact mean having the best PhD thesis? Does impact mean having 10,000 downloads of your paper? Does impact mean ensuring that at the end of the decade, we can quote Kuram's work and say, according to his research, there has been a significant shift in human capital index or as the case may be, whatever variables that his research is pushing, forward as theories. So what we're asking really, and you were asked the question you were asking me about, how do we do this? We're not asking that as economists you become communicators. We're asking you to partner with communicators who have the experts' knowledge on doing this type of work, or even allowing yourself to be trained as a communicator. And because you're students and I want to make sure that this session is impactful to you, I would ask you to go on LinkedIn and follow a very brilliant emerging economist that I admire so much for how he does his communication. His name is Great Nnamani. Great was my colleague at the Center for the Study of the Economies of Africa. And although Great is an economist, Great has mastered the art of embedding communications intrinsically in all that he does. Also because you're students, and Dr. Nonso talked about charging CBN to give us some money for comms. I agree with that. I can testify that there's been robust engagement from the Nigeria Economic Society and the CBN. I was privileged to join the NES President's delegation to the Central Bank, where we had this same conversation about how the CBN is doing its communication. And I'm happy that in a few minutes we'll be hearing from Mr. Taiwo Oyedele as well. I want to say that everything we're talking about now can be captured in how Mr. Taiwo Oyedele has done the communications around the changing tax policies and tax laws that didn't give us frenzy as much as how the federal government of Nigeria did the communication around the fuel subsidy removal. Since there'll be no time to break that down, but I just want us to reflect on it and ask ourselves, so how was communication around the changing tax policies done versus communication around the fuel subsidy removal? And you see all the cascade of negative effects that took place when the president said subsidy is gone. So thank you very much for that question.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Yes. So we can see the relevance of not just conducting very good research, but how we carry the message of the research across to not just the policymakers, but to the target population as well. So, Mr. President, I'm coming back to you. So, in your own space as NESA, how has NESA been, or is NESA even involved in trying to see how we can not just encourage students or equip students with the mastery of conducting impactful research, but for making sure that their research findings are put out there? So what platforms do you guys have that they can leverage now that they are listening to you?
So we, at the NESA level, we actually have a monthly webinar where we bring in resource personnel to communicate some of their findings and help students also learn how to communicate their findings, their research findings. And so we have different resource personnel come to lecture us on different aspects of the economy and how to communicate research findings. And that's one of the ways NESA helps students in improving their research and how to communicate it also. And also, we also encourage students to reach out to lecturers, professors, doctors, and in such fora like this, the Nigeria Economic Society's conference, reach out to other lecturers from other schools on assistance on how to communicate their research findings, and also guidance, support, mentorship from other schools. One of the things I was telling them in our conference was that this is a forum, the largest forum of economics in Nigeria, and then you're going to see majority of the lecturers that wrote your textbooks, the textbook we use for econometrics, macroeconomics, and the likes. You can reach out to these people, ask them questions, communicate what your opinion on what they think, and also ask reasonable questions on mentorship and how they can mentor you to become much better. And I think that those are ways NESA is assisting the students to communicate. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Now, so for our Aegis coordinator, firstly, let me even get back to the origin. How has it been trying to put this body together at the national level? Because it's only when you're able to get everybody, involved, that is when you can now begin the communication evangelization of this economic research. So let me start from there. How has it been coordinating Aegis so far?
Thank you. It's been good. I wouldn't say it's been an easy sale. At least with the experience we had from NESA, we carried that experience to Aegis, and it's helping us. It's not been very, very easy because we find ourselves in a space where some persons feel we are duplicating what has been done already. And we also find ourselves at a time where some persons just feel like, let me just run this degree and leave. Some persons just do the degree to get. And some are just there. But what we've been able to do is to try talk to postgraduate students that money you're spending to do your postgraduate program can also be a pathway to something bigger in the future. So we've been communicating to postgraduate students across the country, and they have been responding very, very well. In just about 6-7 months, we've been able to have a widespread to over 15 universities, and we hope Aegis. Then one challenge we've had, which I think we ought to have discussed in these conferences, we having this understanding with heads of departments that are here. Now, in some universities, I don't want to mention names, let me not indict some schools. Postgraduate students, some schools, I know a particular school that feels once you have your PhD, you become a threat. You're after their jobs or whatever. No, that's not it. I love what University of Ibadan they are doing. University of Ibadan, even if I didn't graduate from there, from what I've been watching them do, they value mentorship. So our lecturers, our professors should see these graduate students as people that will take over and stabilize this country in the future. They are not competing with anybody. So instead of using postgraduate students just to come and math scripts, why not the professors and the senior academics? Why not use these postgraduate students to do research collaborations? Why not bring them? You have papers. Why not push it to your postgraduate students to do? So that's what Aegis we are trying to do. We have a strong support system from the NES and U2 as well, where we are trying to bring this collaboration and mentorship. So it's not been easy, but we hope that after this conference, next year when we are meeting like this, we'll be able to have this smooth sail between postgraduate students and professors and senior lecturers in the department.
Thank you very much. Now, to the back to the CBN. One of the challenges I've listened to from graduate students especially is the issue of funding. The issue of funding. At the graduate student level, we find that some, let me not say most of the graduate program do a master's in economics. Any sort of, what do you think?
I think, because of the nature of environment, where, quote, we are a central bank. And for those who understand what developmental activities of central bank is, the central bank core function is monetary policy making. However, because of the peculiarity of our environment, the central bank also has found a way to encourage, support the educational sector, and particularly students. Through this means, we first of all, I would say we collaborate with students and institutions. In terms of research, let me just make this known that in terms of research, the central bank is one of the foremost institutions in this country. First of all, to recognize that the central bank as an institution has the highest number of PhD holders in this country. That's known institution can match the quality of manpower, particularly the number of PhD holders in the central bank. So that goes to show you that there is a relationship between the bank and the academic. Most of these PhD holders are coming from the academic institution. So we just have to recognize that. Then we have a very strong collaborative tendencies. In terms of research, we do engage with institutions. We do engage with students. We do engage with other institutions. I think I can remember the research department, for instance, before now, has a program where students and researchers in the past do come to Central Bank for sabbaticals. When I came to the Central Bank, I met Professor Milton Eyoha, for those people who may know him from the University of Benin. Yes, he spent 1 year with the research department. I also met Professor Edin Deku, who is a fiscal economist too, who also came at some point to work with the Central Bank. Even though at some point that kind of program, was stopped. But discussions are ongoing now to bring them in. Then in collaborative research, the research department, monetary policy, we do collaborate with various institutions. We have programs where you can write a paper with us to bridge that gap. We create the opportunity where we do that mentoring to bring you closer to what we do. And let me also speak, recently, the Central Bank of Nigeria launched a program. It's a research fund where that is made available to students and researchers, where you can, we support your research work. You come also to present it. The first round of that program just happened in July. Some students, I know some students who also, it's open, we just advertise it. You prepare your proposal, you send it. There's a team that is commissioned to look at it, and then if they pass it, you get some research grant that you can use to, carry out this research. I'm aware that hopefully in the very near couple of months, the second round will. So my advice is that students and researchers alike should look out to seeing another round of advertisement coming from Central Bank for such research. And it's good that you take advantage of this. Then there are also some specific institutions. I remember while I was also a student at the University of Ibadan, as a junior research fellow at the Center for Econometrics and Allied Research, we do pre-MPC reviews for Central Bank. And we'll be invited to come and share as the Central Bank Modeling Division that also came in to join. We compare notes with such institutions. We also have one at the Afri Heritage Institute from Enugu that also do come in. We compare their forecast. The Nigerian Institute of Social and Economic Research, NISA, do also present their pre-MPC report, and we compare notes. So there is extreme collaboration going from Central Bank. Maybe some person may not know. Just we are open for you to come to do your research with us in monetary policy research. You can collaborate with staff of Central Bank. Through that, you can disseminate your research output, and we take it up from there. The influence, they are part of the things that we use or we apply to churn out policies that you see in the public domain. So Central Bank is still willing and ready to partner with you in supporting your research engagement. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So back to our communications experts. So now we know that we are trying our best as economists to pass the first hurdle by making sure our research, we are grooming students to produce very sound economic research. But so how do you think you can help them to move to the next level of making that sound economic research more socially impactful?
The first would be by defining social impact, just like what I said earlier. And I also want to say that it's also in treating communications as an intrinsic part or core aspect of your work as opposed to an afterthought. And when we talk about strategic communication, I have to honestly say that that's a full value chain that I don't even expect student economists, for example, to go all the way. But it's also about handovers. So you can do your part and then push the communication to the next step and still provide that oversight function of ensuring that, we go. So if I were a student, what would I do to do better comms? I think the first is I would have friends within the Department of Communications or even the publicists and those who are doing marketing and branding in your school. And every time that you're writing a paper, you can just chat with them. I have a lot of journalist friends. I still remember as a student, I made friends with the student journalist groups, and you can share your work with them and advocate for your research insights to make it to your student publications or even the national publications. But one thing that's really important, and just hearing everyone speak, including from the central bank, is now doing something that would be called your audience segmentation. So who are your primary audience, your secondary audience, who are your target audience when you start your research paper? Let's say you were researching, or I'm going to use a very common one, climate change. I was at the COP, the last COP event you had in Azerbaijan, and some of the conversations they were having there was very relevant to farmers in rural communities, even back home in Nigeria, when we talk about climate adaptation or climate mitigation. But if you are in Azerbaijan and you're having a conversation about how irrigation or building hedges in flood-prone areas of farmlands in rural communities, how will the average farmer that's somewhere in Gumel, in Jigawa State, or the average farmer that is in some rural community who perhaps does not even listen to the news, has social media, doesn't even speak English, for example. There are some communities in my hometown in Opobo where I'm from, the primary way that information cascades to house by house is town criers. In 2025, there's a town crier that still has to go around to disseminate that. So you have to do an audience segmentation to ask yourself, who is my primary audience? How does my primary audience receive information? And then start to go towards the direction of your primary audience. But then again, asking yourself what social impact means to you. Is it just writing your papers and graduating from school, or just writing your paper and winning a particular award? Or do you want to just go beyond that to ensuring that your research insights are impacting public policy in the country? So I'll just say it's expensive to do. It requires you to build out a whole team. I hope that the little work we've done in the last year, going from the NES conference in 2024 to 2025 to really transform communications for the society is very well noted and observed. But I also say that requires a lot of financing, that requires a lot of team building, because communication is very robust. You require different people with different skills, photographers, videographers, graphic people, branding and marketing as well. So that's why I say you have to have friends in all these departments that you can leverage for now, and then seek grant opportunities as well to fund the communication aspects of your work. This can even be a budget in your research development when you're doing your research budget, like having a line item specifically for communications. And you can also reach out to NESA if you need resource persons that you can work with. I'm always happy to share more tips to help.
Thank you very much. Our time is far spent. I'm getting signals that the next plenary will be up soon. So we want to hear from you. Greatest Nigerian students. Greatest Nigerian students. Please, can you help us with the mic? So we want to hear from you. We want you to communicate. And communicate, freely. I know your lecturers are here, but in this forum, you see, that is what the beauty of what NES is trying to do, trying to create, a very, very interesting platform where students and lecturers can meet and interact, network, and you get opportunities for mentorship. So ask your questions, but communicate properly. Let me put it that way. So please, if you have a question, just raise your hand. And our panelists, our senior colleagues, invited guests, you are welcome to the student session as well, where we are looking at how we can make our students learn the rudiments of making their research more effective. So what are the challenges, the opportunities, and the pathways? So let us hear from the students, and we'll be very humbled, very happy to hear from you as well. So please, I think we can just take like 5 from you guys.
Okay.
You can ask anybody.
Good afternoon, everybody. Permits me to just maintain the already established protocol. My name is Comrade Udi Levi Ogbala, and I'm from University of Calabar. I have just 3 questions from...
3?
Yes, sir. From,
you are writing a project already. Please go ahead.
Okay, so I'll just run through them because I quickly typed them. The first question says, and it's directly to everybody, generally, the panelists. Apart from writing these papers, apart from writing these projects, getting cited, getting referenced, in fact, getting awarded for the paper, what are the mechanisms and measures that have been put to place that to ensure or to check the records if these things are really touching lives outside? Because we keep seeing problems upon problems outside, whereas there are thousands of projects outside. That's the first question. I'll go through it fast. The second question, I said, if we want research communication, that's directly to the communication expert in our midst. If we want research communication to be part of the system, not just once in a while, how do we imbibe this dreaming to faculties and departments of schools, especially the Department of Economics? Is there a way we can make the department to adopt a communication course specifically for the communication of our projects? And the last one, looking at the recent, I just cited the recent case of the public rejection of the Naira.
Okay. You can come and have this. Just briefly, just 2.
Okay.
Okay, sir. Just conclude your question.
Okay, the question is the public rejection of the Naira redesign and policy. I asked here that
Go on, I can hear you. Please, for other questions, please, you can put them in writing, and we'll share with the panelists for further considerations. So please, you can respond to any of them.
I think that question is more about social behavioral change, and I think it starts at the psyche level. It's like just understanding that communications is not an afterthought, but like I said, a core aspect of the work that we're doing from the beginning, the research design, and I was telling you about budgeting for communication specifically, but we're here, so just answering your question, like how do we plan to get that into departments? I want to say a very big thank you to the Nigerian Economic Society, especially Dr. Nonso as well, for making even this plenary session happen, and the webinars, of course. So there'll be sustained communications around how we plan to do this. You just might see us in your campus over the couple of months, coming months, still preaching the gospel about how communications definitely mediates public policy success.
So please, you can take your concluding thoughts while you answer the question, sir.
Thank you very much. So mine is just to leverage on few things here. And that is going to be on collaborative research. From the Central Bank of Nigeria, we encourage collaborative research from both the students and also researchers. So it's not just students here. And I'm happy we are seeing other of our senior colleagues. So as an institution, we encourage collaborative research. You can partner with staff of the department. You can as well write a proposal and send out either to the Director of Monetary Policy or to Director of Research Department. If you have issues that you think you can take it up, we are ready to partner and collaborate with you. Like I said, we do collaborate with Center for Econometric and Allied Research. We collaborate with NISA and other institutions. And then recently too, we have what we call the Centers of Excellence at the University of Ibadan to bridge the gap between the students, researchers, and the central bank. We also have it at the Ahmadu Bello University's area in the north. We have also at the University of Nigeria and Nsukka, where you can also partner. And in terms of disseminating your research, we have flagship journals. We have the Central Bank of Nigeria Economic and Financial Review, EFR, where you can use to disseminate your research output. We also have the Central Bank Journal of Applied Research. As a matter of fact, I'm the managing editor of the Central Bank Journal of Applied Statistics. And we are currently indexed with Scopus. We're almost concluding with Scopus. We are now working with Elsevier to enhance your visibility for those who want to use it to advance their research. We are now visible globally. So you can reach us. We have other platforms which time may not allow me. I will give you you can see me bilaterally after this section. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. So concluding thoughts?
Communications,
1
when
minute.
leveraged as a strategic tool, can yield public policy success. We have tested this hypothesis, and we have seen that it is statistically significant, and we're saying that the body of economists in the country should start to pay attention to how communications can yield public policy success. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
I would say students' engagement, mentors and people in high places, our lecturers, our doctors, professors, we help build our confidence in research writing and also communicating these research thoughts outside. So people make excellent research work, but they can't communicate it because of lack of confidence. And fora like this, the Nigerian Economic Society helps us to build our confidence and communicate this. And we want to appreciate the President of Nigerian Economic Society and the entire Nigerian Economic Society for giving us this opportunity to communicate our thoughts regarding communicating research and how to build the synergy and collaboration between NESA, AGIS, and NES. Thank you very much.
My final thoughts to researchers, postgraduate students. Don't treat research like materials that are meant to be kept in the shelf. Treat research like business. Your research findings should put money in your pocket, and you should do it very well. Collaboration is key. Mentorship is very essential. Thank you, NES. Thank you, the liaison officer, for the opportunity of having this plenary section. Thank you.
Thank you very much. On that note, we would like to appreciate all our distinguished panelists. It's a pleasure, not minding the inconvenience. You've come here to share your thoughts with us. And to the greatest Nigerian students, thank you for your time. Now to our lecturers, our senior panelists, our government functionaries, invited guests. This has been a wonderful session for the students. And in appreciation of what the Nigerian Economic Society just recently started, especially how to include the students' bodies into the NES family, to make sure that there's proper synergy. We've been seeing the results. We've been enjoying a wonderful experience. I'm speaking for my students. No be so. Thank you very much. In fact, one of them told me this morning that they want to drown them with food this time around, that they didn't know that this is what our lecturers have been enjoying in their own conferences. So please try and be like your lecturer so the enjoyment will continue. So thank you very much. In our own little way, when I mean ours, the Student Liaison Office of Nigeria Economic Society and the Nigerian Economic Students Association, NESA, and the Association of Graduate Economic Students, we've put up a very mild token of appreciation that we want to present to the national president of the NES, the 44th president of the NES, Professor Adeola Adenikinju. Please, a round of applause. Yes, for the initiative of bringing students closer to NES. And so on behalf of the students' bodies, we want to present this Leadership Excellence Award to you. So thank you for all you have been doing for us and what we know you will continue to do for us in the future. Please, a standing ovation for our president, please. Thank you very much. Thank you, sir. So please, the photographs, so we can just take them at once with all the panelists. Please, the other panelists can join for the session as well, the photo sessions. Thank you very much. Maybe let's hear from Daddy. So maybe Daddy can declare another surplus. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, thank you so very much. And indeed, I'm very glad for this because it's a vision. When I came in 2 years ago, I thought that NES was doing its own thing. NESA was doing its own thing. There was no collaboration, nothing. You know, the students have their conferences without regard to NES. NES does its own thing without the students. And I said, look, the students are the future of this society. We must find a way of bringing them in. And also that we must have the graduate students. Because NESA is just for the undergraduates. So we started the Graduate Student Association, AGIS, you know, and the last 2 years now. I mean, AGIS was a UI, but it wasn't across universities. So we have also started that. And then I wanted somebody to coordinate these students so that there can be monthly, you know, webinar that will help the students advance their understandings in the area of methodologies and other things that will help them to fit into society. And after searching for for some time, I got Dr. Ekesiobi, you know, and he has done extremely very well. Thank you so very much. Thank you so very much. Now, every month, there's a webinar. In fact, there are two. One for NESA, one for AGIS. Consistently, in the last 1 year, we have been organizing that. And there has been a forum, there's been a forum where, students, get to understand and have interactions, with mentors, with people, with information that can help them. So I'm excited by what they are doing. And for the first time, we had the 14th annual conference of NESA coinciding with 66th conference of NES. Now, these guys who are the future of the Nigerian economists, are now sitting in the same room where policymakers are. They are learning from what we are doing, and when they step into our shoes, they can then improve on whatever, gaps that they see. So thank you so very much. And students, thank you. You are the future. You own this place. 10 years, 20 years will disappear. You will run this country, and we have great confidence in you. Thank you, and God bless you.
All right. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Before we go on a short lunch break for the students, I'd like to inform the House that during this plenary session, the Special Advisor on Economic Matters in the Office of the Vice President, in the person of Dr. Tokwe Fashua, joined us. Wherever you are, sir, could you please stand up for recognition? Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together as we welcome Dr. Fashua. Thank you very much for taking the time to be here this afternoon. Dr. Fashua we'll be having a plenary session immediately after the lunch break. So the greatest Nigerian students, we know you've not had your lunch. Please, with the last energy you have, give yourselves a round of applause as you go out of the hall for your lunch break. And then subsequently, we'll be gathering in the next few minutes for a dual plenary session on managing economic reforms for sustainable development, experience and lessons for the future. And in the banquet hall, Nigerian Economic Report and Rebasing Nigeria, interrogating the data, the methods, and the policy implications. All right, the following people are requested to be in the banquet hall for the second plenary session that will be going on concurrently with the first. Dr. Christian Ebeke, country representative of the IMF, will be making a presentation on IMF presentation of the 2025 Article 4 consultation report, as well as Prince Adeyemi Adeniran, the Statistician General of the nation from the National Bureau of Statistics. And the discussants will be Dr. Abdul Salam Abidemi of the West African Money Institute, as well as Dr. Ayo Teriba, the CEO of Economic Associates. Please note that this will be going on in the banquet hall, while Dr. Tayo Aduloju, Mr. Tenimu Yakubu, Mr. Matthew Vegas, Dr. Tokwe Fashwa, and Mr. Taiwo Uyedele will be having theirs in this hall. Thank you very much.
The representative of WAMI DG, please, can you join us in the other hall, please? We are waiting for you to start. Please. Okay, thank you. The representative of the Solicitor General, please, we're also waiting for you to start at the other side. The chairman is already there to start. So, for here, let's have the chairman. Yeah, the chairman for this very session is already here with us, Professor Akpanepo. As we hand over proceedings to Professor Akpanepo, can we have the panelists? The World Bank country representative, Mr. Tamunu Yakubu, DG Budget Office, or the representative, Dr. Tayo Adeloju, DG NESD, or representative, Dr. Tokwe Fashwa. Dr. Tokwe Fashwa has been here with us. Okay, yeah. And Mr. Taiwo Oyedele. Mr. Taiwo Oyedele, please. Yeah, so which of the two? Yeah, so he's here. So, Professor Panepo, we hand over proceedings to you so they formally invite the panelists for this very session, please. Thank you very much.
Representative of the country director, World Bank, please kindly come forward.
I can say that will be fine.
We're still kindly waiting for Mr. Tanimu Yakubu, Director General, Budget Office of the Federation, or his representative. If you're here, kindly just step on stage. Dr. Tayo Adeloju, the Director General of the NESG, or his representative. If you're also here, please step on stage. Thank you very much. I would presume that Mr. Taiwo Uyedele will join us shortly. He's been around for a while, just to look for him and also get him on stage. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, MC, and you're welcome, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. This session is titled Managing Economic Reforms for Sustainable Development, Experience and Lessons for the Future. You all agree that in the continent, in recent times, there have been some major economic reforms. More importantly, in recent times in our own country, we had major reforms from May 29th or so, 2023, I think. A major reform where it involves the issue of the oil subsidy, an attempt to unify the exchange rates, among other what I would call sub reforms. So, and there's no other, in my view, any other important society that should interrogate the experiences and the future and the outcome of these reforms than the Nigerian Economic Society. Okay? And given our size in the continent, perhaps what happens here could be a lesson for others. So without wasting time, the panelists have been, I don't think they've been introduced, but Mr. Matthew Vergis, do I say it correctly? You are his rep. Your name is Samuel. Yeah, but I'm sure you have a last name. Mata. Sorry, Mata. Representing the World Bank Director for Nigeria. The World Bank is very crucial in this matter, so I'm glad you are here. Welcome. And our own Dr. Tokwe Fasoa, Special Advisor on Economic Matters to the Vice President of Nigeria. You're welcome, sir. The President, Office of the Vice President. You're welcome. We are still expecting the other panelists. They're not here. But we can take off. I want to pose comment or question to Dr. Tayo, Dr. Tokwe Fasoa. You are aware of our economic reforms in this country. Some people have argued that, I'm talking of the latest, the most recent, not past ones like SAP, that how do you see the design of the economic reforms first, and perhaps the journey so far, and what are we expecting for the future? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Prof. The question is what the $1 million question moment. And we're all aware of the key reforms. It's a shame, though, that we're talking to a hall that's 10% capacity. It always, but then again, of course, sometimes the fewer, the better. With the reforms are, especially around when Mr. President was sworn in, he took a position on the issue of fuel subsidy and said, look, subsidy is gone. I believe what he tried to do was to have a clean slate to work with, to say that, you know what, there's been so much scams and all sorts of things around subsidies in this country. If a new government would come and then continue to grapple with all of those wastes, that wouldn't have been good. I remember in the past, we've had all sorts of numbers. There was a year that they said we will spend, so for several years we were spending something like 4 trillion naira. When naira was, still around 4 trillion naira on subsidies. Perhaps in the equivalent of $10 billion on thereabouts. Mr. President, like he confessed that told that route because it was absolutely necessary. And of course, he owned the mandate. The rest of us are supporting his mandate. It's not easy to get a mandate to lead a nation. And so, what we have seen so far is that there's been several gains, pluses and minuses to that policy. Of course, one of the things it did because of the sensitivity of Nigerians to the, almost everything in Nigeria, to the price of petrol, we had inflation, which climbed to 34.8% before receding. And, before receding, we're talking about 21.83 right now percent. With a view to that inflation, I personally believe, from our own projections, to continue to go down. We may be able to attain the 15% target by the end of this year, hopefully. Even into next year, I believe that inflation will continue to depress if we don't have any major shocks coming into the system. So, but then again, if you look at the flip side of the petroleum subsidy removal and how it has enabled Nigeria, that right now Nigeria has become a sort of a net exporter of petroleum products. At that point in time, Nigeria was importing every single drop of petrol. The state-owned refineries were dead. And we had Dangote coming up, and we know what the story is now. In fact, I was listening to Mr. Dangote a couple of weeks back when he said his company had exported 1 million tons of refined petroleum to the United States alone. They've been exporting to places like Saudi Arabia and other parts. All of a sudden, we've flipped it, product to the US. That is a total 100% flip of the coin that we had never seen before. And of course, we can begin to look at how this has had effect, first of all, incapacitating the Naira. The Naira is suddenly stable, a little bit stronger than where it was as at the middle of 2024, when it went as far as 1,800, 1,900. We're talking of 1,515 now, or thereabout. So we have seen a lot of, reforms. We have seen a lot of effects in that area. And of course, one of the key things that have happened as a result of that petroleum reform is that, I mentioned about $10 billion being spent on subsidy every year before, an equivalent of that. That money need not be spent anymore. And that is why we see a scenario where our states are having about ×3 the Naira that they used to have. And when we consider the fact that all factors of production will not increase in price at the same time, or at least not at the same rate as the Naira are depreciated, there's an advantage there that, we're seeing a scenario where the Naira they're getting at the state level, and for those who can get more Naira, that Naira is going farther than we used to see. So we cannot discount that Naira fully by the inflation rate. There's that slight arbitrage advantage of having the Naira. So the economy is transforming. The states are having more money. And of course, because the Naira is weaker, that has also had some positive effect on exports from this country. There's this very interesting, nice story coming from the palm oil subsector. Presco and Okomo suddenly having about 1,500% increase in their value, of course, on the stock, quoted on the stock exchange. Everybody is rushing for the shares of this company. Palm oil exports is going out of this country. It's incredible what's going on in that space. Those are I just mentioned the two largest players. There are so many other players in that subsector. Cocoa subsector, in 2023, Nigeria exported about $700 million worth of cocoa products, $700 million according to Trading Economics. In 2024, we exported $2.6 billion worth. Now, not only does that translate to about times 4 in Naira terms what we had got from one year to the other, because $2.6 billion comes to about 4 trillion when I did the calculation, just to estimate conservatively, so from about 1.5 trillion, and from Ondo State, which is one of the epicenters of a report on many people who quit their jobs, young men who quit their jobs as engineers, as bankers, and went back to their father's farm and were able to get, back to the farm because cocoa did incredibly well in 2024. It's going to do even better in 2025, even though I checked the price early this morning. It's not looking up, it's looking a bit down, but season is, the harvest season is October, and we're likely going to see a spike, and Nigeria production has been going up. But Prof, before you stop me, I actually have so much to say, but I've only mentioned the petroleum subsidy removal. The other reform has to do with the Naira liberalization. I would not call it floating because, yes, at some point it was floated. Perhaps I believe we're back to a managed floating era where the central bank can from time to time intervene when they say stabilizing the exchange rate. Of course, the Naira became weaker. We moved from a scenario where we have money at 460 and offload on the market at 800, thereby making between 40 to 45% arbitrage profit on the market. So when Mr. President and the central bank governor went in that direction, they said, you know what, let this Naira find its level. Of course, what happened was that this also has contributed to the fact that the states are having more money, Naira, to play on the infrastructure end. And of course, that it's all factious. Some of us, we track those a lot in terms of Sierra Leone, up to Mauritania, up to Mali. A lot is happening. Even the Manufacturing Association has had to admit that there seems to be a positive development. Anyway, let me leave it at this point. Of course, the next reform, which is very important, of course, structuring of this economy. And from where we sit right now, the future looks very positive. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much. The design of economic reforms for countries in our continent, for Nigeria, no matter how we say it, we take some advice, piece of advice from the World Bank and the IMF. From your observation, the journey so far in the reforms, Nigeria, perhaps other countries, what has been the outcome? Is it positive, negative, mixed, or what? For example, in the case of Nigeria, are we on the right track?
Thank you so much. Maybe just kind of giving the context of, I think just a bit to give the context of where Nigeria was or how we predicted it back in early 2023 and how we see it now. I think that would be the answer. So back in 2023, when I was here, I think in early 2023, I remember there was an article in one of the famous newspapers here that said there are 3 queues. So queue on the fuel pump, queue on the ATM to get Naira, and queue on to get the ID cards. And at that time, I think the biggest indicator that we were very worried about, which would have meant that Nigeria was going on a fiscal cliff, was the debt service to revenue ratio. So back in 2022, debt service to revenue ratio in Nigeria was around 102%, meaning that for all the revenues that Nigeria collected collectively, I'm talking here about states, federal, and local, all of it, and even more, went to just servicing the debt. So what that meant is that if Nigeria continued on that path, it would have gone the likes of Sri Lanka, Ghana, other countries, and or Lebanon. I'm from Lebanon, and basically what that means, it will be a full-fledged crisis, which means you need to go to restructure your debt, inflation will soar to hyperinflation. Now, what the reforms did, I think, which is very important, is that it helped stop the bleeding, meaning that if you think of it graphically, so Nigeria was going that way. So it was a clear, it was predicted that at some point it will, there will be a cliff hitting the bottom, and that's very hurtful. What the reform had helped is to stop the bleeding and stabilize the situation. Now, obviously, and if you think of it from a, analogical perspective, it was like kind of a sick person having a very severe illness. It had to make very tough choices. And the tough choices had to make, but the tough choices will have some consequences in the short run, but over the long run will pay off. And we're starting to see the payoffs, right? So if you look at all the indicators, things are doing better on the macro side. Growth is picking up despite all the hardship. Fiscal balance is improving, revenues have doubled as a ratio of GDP here. The exchange rate has stabilized, reserves have increased. So if you look at it from a macro perspective, things are going the right way. I think the challenge in the future is how to translate these gains, these macro gains, which are visible. And don't forget also Nigeria got upgraded in terms of credit ratings, which is also important. So I think the challenge going into the future is how to translate these macro gains into people's gains, right? And this is where I think the next step of, action should be how to accelerate growth, because growth for a country like Nigeria with a population rate of 2%, you need to grow at 5-6%, so that over time, that poverty rate goes down. So basically, in short, I think Nigeria done well over the past few years, and these are very tough reforms, right? So, in my personal experience, I've never seen a country do these twin reforms, which are, to be frank, very, very bold, in one go. Now, I think the question is, one, how to sustain these reforms, because if you take the likes of India, Georgia, all these countries, these reforms need to stick and build on them with other policies that complement them. One, how to make sure that policies are given to the poor and vulnerable so they absorb that shock, because we also need to be cognizant that these reforms are tough in the short term. And two is how to sustain these and complement these with other policies from a growth perspective to continue and to accelerate that non-oil diversification effort, which has already started, as has been said.
Thank you very much. Join me in welcoming Mr. Taiwo Oyedele, the Chairman, Presidential Committee on Fiscal Policy and Tax Reforms. You're welcome. Yes. But let me get let me stick with the World Bank. Oh, you need to leave. Okay, since you need to leave, let me ask you. We are on economic reforms, how to manage reforms, okay? You were the one that championed the tax reforms. And we are aware that the 4 bills also acts have been gazetted. Yes. So we, 2 years into this reform, although 2 years may not be long enough to make any evaluation. In the work you did, the implementation will come up January 2026. But based on what you've done, how do you foresee the tax reform changing the structure of the economy in these terms? For example, since 1965, if I can recollect, the manufacturing sector, which is the sub-sector within the industrial sector in Nigeria, has not contributed up to 13% to GDP. Will these tax reforms help to change that structure? So that, because if you don't industrialize, in my view, you're going nowhere. Unfortunately, I'm a moderator, so I can't say much. But it's for you, yes.
Thank you very much, and apologies. So I have to leave after my brief comments now, because I booked my flight to travel at about 7. Now they canceled it, and then they made it 5 p.m., so I have to rush. And it's the last flight. They couldn't find any other one for the day. So my apologies. So yes, the reforms we believe are quite significant, perhaps the most significant since our independence. And one thing I want to encourage people is not to narrow it down to 1 or 2 items. What has been happening is when it was VAT sharing formula, you would think the whole reform was on VAT sharing formula. In the past couple of days, it would appear it was just surcharge that was in the bill. So let's take our time
to analyze and look at it holistically. You cannot do a reform where everything moves in one direction. So there'll be things that go up, the ones that come down, but to get the right result for the economy. Now, one important point I want to try and make before I answer the question about the structure of the economy is, so because we are speaking to economists, I think it's important for us to help ourselves and help our country. There's this narrative that we see every time, which is not helpful. And it is that people do not consider the counterfactual outcome when they're doing the analysis. There was this recent event of the MBA conference. And then Okimbaloye, asked a question. Is your life better today than it was 2 years ago? There was a chorus, loud answer, which is no. If you ask that question to 99.99% of Nigerians, the answer will be no. The problem is not with the answer, the problem is with the question. Because that question makes an invalid assumption that if the reforms had not been introduced 2 years ago, today the price of PMS will be the same thing as it was, a bag of rice will be the same thing as it was 2 years ago, and XYZ. The answer is no. If these reforms had not been introduced, and that's what Saba was also alluding to, you will hold 10,000 naira today, and you pray to find a liter of fuel. Naira will not be 1.5. You'll be glad if it's at 5,000 naira because the economy was collapsing. It was so bad. The NNPC was not remitting anything to Federation accounts. They were taking taxes from the oil companies, including royalty, to subsidize PMS. It wasn't enough. They were using future production. This is why today we barely can boast of 200,000 barrels that is free because we've committed it. My estimation was that we had less than 6 months left after May. We would have exhausted all future production, and since we can't print dollars, you will not be able to bring in one refined PMS, 1 liter. Dangote would not be working today if that had not been done. So we need to recognize that we have made progress. So we don't use the wrong narratives to confuse policymakers. And there's also the thing about the populism. When you say that, people think it's about the people in government. Those of us in the private sector are equally guilty, sometimes more guilty. I was at a session before coming here earlier today, and I said to them, to be honest, this one that they say, speak truth to power, it's actually a lot easier to speak truth to power than it is to speak truth to the masses. If I go on TV now and I say Nigeria is corrupt, there's a lot of corruption, we don't trust the government, nothing, they don't even have time for me. But go now and put a post and say this surcharge makes sense and see the consequences you face. We have to get to a point, those of us who are knowledgeable, those of us who are specialists, to say to ourselves, where do you want to stand? Do you want to go with the populist view? We should make it popular now, but we have the negative impact on the country's subsidy. Or do you want to do the right thing? And the more people that are willing to do the right thing, the better we continue to move in the right direction rather than moving one step forward and many backward. So on the tax reform, we were very intentional in the design of the tax reform to say this is going to help us short, medium, and long term because the structure is not working. If you think about formalization, we have a system whereby if you were in the formal sector and you're a 100 person wanting to pay your taxes, your personal income tax does not get to 19%. Go and set it up as limited with CAC the following day, and your tax goes up to over 40%. Doesn't even make sense. So look at countries around the world, you find that the top marginal rate for personal income tax is usually higher than the rate for companies. Nigeria is the opposite. And then we're surprised that people are not formalizing. They won't formalize. You say your money is with informal sector and you are chasing people who are doing vulcanizing by the roadside, people who carry all they are selling is on their head. We were being wicked to our most vulnerable citizens. And you find that the people at the top were getting away with not paying taxes. In this tax reform now, we've done a lot to reduce, one, the take-home pay of low-income earners and middle class. We've done a lot to enhance the purchasing power because what will happen is that the basic consumption, the prices will come down. Zero rates, for example, for VAT, and I like to always explain this. This water today, before the tax laws take effect January next year, is exempt. Exempt means when I sell this water to you, I shouldn't charge VAT. But the person that produced it paid VAT for the plastic, for the label, for the cover. The machinery they use in refining the water has VAT. The vehicle to go and deliver this has VAT. The phone and the airtime to call the customer has VAT. Under the exempt status, that person has to bear the cost. What do you think they will do? They'll factor into the cost of producing water, add their margin, determine their selling price. You can't see VAT on the product, but it's hidden and it's there. What we have done is, it's now zero rated. What it means is, when you're selling the water, put VAT at 0%, means no VAT. But it also means any VAT the producer of this water had incurred in producing the water will be refunded 100% by the government. That brings down the cost of doing it. On the other assets, any business, services, you buy assets, you get your VAT back. You pay for services. Anyway, it's a lot, which is why I really want to encourage us to spend time digesting and analyzing the reforms. So we don't focus too much on one or two areas where we may not like, right? At the expense of 200 others that, and holistically, when you put these reforms together, even the high net worth individuals that we're asking to pay a bit more tax are going to be better off because they're mostly the business owners. They're mostly the executives. When their companies do better, the profit they have and the bonus and salary and compensation they earn will go up. So that when they pay the marginal tax increases in personal income tax, it's overcompensated by the amount they make from their businesses. So thank you very much for the opportunities and opportunities. And unfortunately, I'll have to leave as well. Thank you very much.
You don't have 1 minute for a question? Just one, since you are leaving, just 1 minute for question. Please, from the audience, one question for him. He's leaving, he has challenges. Yes, 30 seconds. Yeah. Yeah. Yes. Quick. No. I have no time. I just take that one question and then I'd like to go. Well, we can hear you.
Okay, so I want to agree with the last speaker. I want to agree with Okewe Duwadini from Caleb University. I want to agree with the last speaker concerning changing the narratives concerning the Nigerian issue. But the point is this. Yes, we have seen a lot of increase in the growth rate. Just like the Lebanese was saying, what we are quoting is about 2%. That was last year.
No, they address the question to Mr.
Yes, we are saying the same thing. I'm still going to what he's saying. So
quickly, yes.
We have about 5% increment. Okay, so but the Human Development Index, just as I said, has also increased. Okay, but as an economist, we must continue to interrogate these figures for better performance. Okay, so because just as I said earlier, we observe that health, for me, with my own research, has increased. Good performance there, as a personal opinion, in terms of education. But the standard of living, as I said earlier, supposed to drive this index, supposed to drive the economy, is still a little bit lagging behind. So a good increase in that other GDP. But we must continue as a professional to be interrogating this figure, asking for more until we have a better Nigeria that we all deserve.
So I can go. All right, my brother is here and my friend from the World Bank, so they'll be able to help. But just context. One other thing is context. We have a lot of data. In my view, we don't use context enough. So for example, why is MPR higher than the yield on both 1 year TB and 10-year bond? It doesn't make sense. It's supposed to be the reference rate. And then we're here, let interest rate be high, because that's how to fight inflation. How do you fight inflation when you don't have a credit economy? By raising interest rates. We need to be very serious about this economy. Now, the other issue is that when we have scenarios, and you think about what options are available to you? You have to think about short, medium, long term. I always say, this is my personal belief, if you have a conflict between short-term goals, medium-term and long-term, prioritize your long-term. Otherwise, this sacrifice we're making as a country, we'll keep making it for a lifetime because we're never looking and sustaining our reforms. My view about reforms generally, I'll use an analogy and I'll go, is that if you want fruits from a plant, you have to find the seed and plant it. That seed are your policies. If you get the right policies, what happens is that the roots will go down first. Those are the macros. We're no longer scared. We printed over 30 trillion 2 years ago. Debt service to revenue ratio, over 100%. Net external reserve, under 4 billion. Unpaid forward contract, over 7 billion. If anything does not scare you, then nothing else will scare you. If that doesn't scare you, the macros are now moving in the right direction. Followed by corporate. Think about corporate. MTN, one of the largest companies in Nigeria, entered a negative shareholders fund. Today, they're declaring huge profit. Nestle, the rest of them. The next level is the micro for household and individuals. We have to be patient to see it through. And I think we are closer now than before, but we have to sustain this, whether it's human development index, whether it's health, whether it's GDP. Those things would align ultimately. So this is where I'll stop before I miss my flight. I think I almost missed it already, but thank you very much. God bless you.
Thank you, and safe flight. Yeah. Thank you very much. Okay, so, let me pose that question, what I was going to ask to Fasua. The 2 years into the reforms, I think, 2 years. In my view, the structure of the economy has remained the same, in a sense. Because for us to industrialize, we have to look at manufacturing. The data showing that. So looking ahead, what is the plan to change the structure? Because now it hasn't changed. Even with the rebased GDP, only services are contributing 55% or so to GDP, okay? While the subsector manufacturing is about 8% with the rebased GDP. This reform, the way it is going, how do you think we alter so that we can be on a growth development trajectory?
Thank you, Prof. So my own thinking is, sometimes like Taiwo was saying, it's a case of sowing seeds and actually nurturing those seeds to ensure that they germinate the way you want them to. Of course, also we inherited a $4 billion economy from the colonialists in 1960. Today, we're talking of $254 billion, plus or minus. At some point, it was $500 billion. We're having to shed away something like a chemotherapy in order to be able to surge ahead more. That is what we have seen. To restructure an economy takes a lot, and takes a lot of perseverance and continuity. The reason why the service sector grew actually in the rebasing to 58% or thereabouts is because BS tried to capture more of the new things that are the organic restructuring that's going on in the economy. They try to capture more of e-commerce. They try to capture more of what a lot of our youths do in the entertainment sector, the burgeoning music industry, the little that comes to Nigeria. Because a lot of what happens in the music industry, in our movie industry, a lot of that money stays abroad. Those guys don't bring their money back to this country. But they still try to capture some. The remote economy. A lot of our young people work remotely. They won't tell you. Like Taiwo was saying, good news doesn't sell. One guy wrote yesterday on social media, he said Nigeria happened to him, that he got a job of $216,000. And then one day they wrote him and said he was being terminated, that they did some background checks on him and decided to let him go. They didn't say it was Nigeria, but he said it was because he was a Nigerian. Now the point is that up to the point he got this job of $216,000, Nigeria didn't happen to him. It's only when the Nigeria happens to him that everybody will say. But what is the meaning of Nigeria happens to you? If he comes back, because everybody that's great has seen challenges in life, if he comes back into the sector and he makes $1 million, he will not report back and say Nigeria has happened to him positively. That is what we're seeing. Restructuring an economy is a tough game. So, because the MBS captured more of the services sector, for example, fintech. Fintech was not in that GDP in the last rebasing that was done in 2014. There was nothing called fintech in the whole world. Meanwhile, Nigeria's fintechs are the ones providing services, the Flutterwaves of this world, the MoneyPoint, the OPay. They are even giving the banks a run for their money. And they are dominating Africa, not even Nigeria alone. Now they have captured the body in the services sector. So, however, I'm telling you there's something happening on the ground. I mentioned what's happening in the agri sector earlier on. In fact, let's even look at the rebasing we're talking about. The MBS has done a good job. I commend them. But as an economist, and if you describe an economist is someone who always asks questions. Like the man that just asked a question here. We never stop asking questions and interrogating. Because the biggest room in the world is the room for improvement. How can Nigeria's economy be smaller than Algeria? Algeria has 2 cities. 2 cities only. The first one, Algiers, with 3 million people. The next one, Oran, with 1 million people. Whereas, a GDP is not just a function of the human beings, but it is also a function of the human beings and the interaction and goods and services that are purchased in a country and the salaries that are paid in a country in a given year. Sorry, sir, let me land on this. Give me 1 minute. Yes. So, I find it incredible that Nigeria's economy will be smaller than Algeria's economy. But the MBS has given us something very conservative. So, Prof, I'm telling you that, please, sometimes we have to be a lot more introspective in seeing the momentous changes that are happening in the economy structurally. If we want to then bring back the issue of manufacturing and industry, there are several hurdles to cross. One of them is the ideological hurdle. I've heard economists in this country say, we should just stick to services sector. Number one, we are a service economy, de facto service economy. We didn't work towards it, we just found ourselves in 2014 that the service sector was contributing 52% of the economy. I remember very much at that time that we thought it was agri sector. In fact, one of the critical structural change that has happened with this rebasing, sir, Prof, the oil and gas sector fell to 3% of the economy. And non-oil became 97% of the economy. Structural. As a result, partly of the reforms, which, whereas it has just kicked in 2 years, sometimes you need a bit of lag, a few years, for the real effect to show. What is happening now is we're seeing a lot more local production. One of the numbers I disagree with MBS, and I think Dr. Oye is here. I don't know whether he's still here. One of their directors. They said that the manufacturing sector fell, especially the car manufacturing. And I'm wondering, for 2014, we didn't have all these Indosin at this level. The other car manufacturing company, we have about 5 of them now who, whether they are manufacturing or they are assembly, they are here. So let us give the economy a bit more time to see that. It's not going to be easy. To get manufacturing back, we need to jump that hurdle of saying, how do we become a manufacturing economy in a hyper-competitive global economy where nobody is going to wait for you?
Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think hopefully I'll come back and develop that.
Let me turn to the World Bank. The World Bank official, not you, maybe some months ago, so said these reforms in Nigeria, that will take 15 years for us to see the outcome. Don't you think 15 years is that short enough, long enough, or?
Yeah, maybe to clarify, I think, so I guess the context, and as Taiwo kind of mentioned, context is important. I think what he mentioned, so it's not that it will take 15 years to mature.
No, for the outcome.
Yeah, so I guess what he meant is that they need to be maintained for a long time. But the yields will come sooner, and we're already seeing the yields. Again, inflation is going down, reserves is going up. Nigeria already got an upgrade on the outlook. So I think the question is how to translate these, again, macro gains to actual gains for the average Nigerian citizen. And I think this is the critical question. And going back to your question on manufacturing or services, I think what's critical is it's very important to remove, so obviously there was a lot of reforms that were done on the macro. I think now from a growth perspective is how to move the country, to move it from more from a private sector development perspective, right? So how to take advantage of the competitive Naira to continue the boost in agriculture export, to accelerate it. How to make sure that on a fiscal perspective, there is, I would say, a cohesive fiscal picture whereby not only the federal government contributes, but also states contribute in a cohesive way. So I think what's important on the reforms is to maintain them, because I think if these are reversed, it will, it will be more painful than before. So it will be important to maintain these reforms, but complement them also with other reforms that are more structural on the private sector development, on power, and that's one of the issues that I think from a manufacturing perspective, it's very important. If you don't have the good power to manufacture, then that's a key constraint for you to grow.
Thank you. This is a very important topic. Well, let me just say something. Luckily, the taxman left. If you think deep inside the box in macro, it is the aggregation of micro, allowing for some aggregation bias, that gives us macro. Now, I'm getting confused, saying that it is the macro now that leads to the micro. I think it's a problem. I think for some of our, it is, so when we now look at the macro being the one to turn out to be the micro, I get confused, but that's by the side. I'm told we don't have much time, but I think it's so important that we should allow the audience to, because luckily for us, Dr. Fasawa is here. He's a special advisor on economic matters to the president, to the vice president in the president's office, or vice versa. The World Bank are here, and some of us, some economists, as you know, some support the bank advice, some don't. That's a fact. So let's go to the audience. I will start from here. Our number 1, 2, 3, 4. 4. Okay. Number 1.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I would be very brief. If I want to start talking, I will take over the whole in terms of raising issues. But I think I want to start by commending the government for embarking on the reform. So I think I need to start from the positive. But this is not the first reform we've had in this country. We've had so many reforms before now. We've had SAP, we've had other reforms by different governments. But I think it's good for us to acknowledge that the country needed to be to have the economic reform. So, and I also want to talk about the 2 major reforms that took place last year, about 2 years ago. The removal of subsidy and then harmonizing the foreign exchange rates. I believe in the 2 policies positions, but in the way it happened, that is where I want to differ.
Where your name and where you're from?
Okay, sorry. My name is Professor Ndubisi Nwokoma from Lagos. Okay. Where in Lagos? Well, I just left Unilag last year. I'm now in Caleb University for now. Okay. So I think that should be okay. Number one, like I said, I believe in the reform, and I want to commend the government for taking the bull by the horn. But I think I have a very big problem with the process, which are actually all the problems we've had, being able to. Number one, we talk about subsidy removal, and he mentioned 4 trillion that was being distributed at a particular point in time. And then the benefits of that reform, to where we have more money to the subnationals. How are they? Inflation has gone down purely because of rebasing. Largely, it was rebased. I think there are other things we can discuss on that, but I think we don't have time, like I've been told to. And then the issue about the government projects, the reforms actually should be sustained. I believe in that. Why should government be embarking on new projects when there are, for example, roads, for example, in this particular government, very costly road projects? Meanwhile, the ones that are existing are in very, very terrible condition. Is there any other issue about that? If you want to travel east-west, very terrible condition, but we're having another. There are many issues about projects. I think I don't need to go into all that because we don't have time. Why are the banks not working? The ATMs are no longer working. POS is not the new deal. It's an indictment on the monetary authorities. Why should POS be every corner? You can't really go to your bank and withdraw money like we used to have, and there are issues in that sector. And I think these are areas we need to talk about reforms. The refineries are not working. Government refineries are almost there, despite all the monies being plowed into that sector. These are areas that government should actually have focused on. Borrowing. We talk about debt service to revenue. The level of borrowing in the past 2 years is much more than, from what the records we have, than what happened the 8 years previous. In 2 years. And we can't really see. The cost of governance has been so high. It's actually, and there are other things I think we don't need to take a look at because we don't have all the time. But I think there's need for government to take a look at it. I believe in the reforms, but the implementation process needs to be addressed. Thank you.
Thank you. Number 2. Who was 2? Okay. Please be very brief, please.
Thank you, President. Carlos to Sierra Leone. Innocent car manufacturer or assembly in Nigeria. Yet Nigerian government couldn't couldn't buy from Innocent to use. That is a very clear positive indication of how the government perceived the domestic economy. Number 2, I think as economists, we need to interrogate all these, the reform of the data, of the macro data. Today, is being touted, inflation is going down or something, and said it's going down. This is where this issue should be discussed and a position be made to the government. Again, unemployment, say they're adopting the national standard. If you work 1 hour in a week, you are employed. Does that make sense in the Nigerian economy? Who will work for 1 hour and earn income that will sustain him for the whole week? So I think it's time that Nigerian Economic Society should be serious and we should make their position known to the government on that you cannot rig the data. I use that word very advisedly. You cannot rig the data because you want to look good. Thank you.
Number 3. What's number 3? Okay, number 2 is number 3. Yeah, go ahead. You can just take some notes.
Thank you. My name is Oluwalaba. And
from where?
I'm from Abuja. Let me say that. So Tope was saying OGS, the population, Nigeria, cities and population. The second one I want to dwell on is, as a government, what are you doing to private sector to survive within the context of your reform? Okay. Let's look at multinationals at the start. Let's take ShopRite, for instance. When ShopRite came to Nigeria, I think naira to dollar was 80 naira.
And they operate and make their revenue in Naira. And they will repatriate. I'm just using ShopRite as an example because they have left, transfer the ownership to Nigerians. How much today will it cost ShopRite to repatriate $1? Then, looking at individuals are the indicator of success or failure of reform. Are individuals better off today? If you ask me, no. Because I pay school fees in dollars. In those days, when I want to buy $8 in Naira, I know what I buy it. I know that now I'm 2/3 or 60% worse off. So how has reform impacted me? If I cannot see the positive impact of reform on me, I don't see it as reform, I see it as punishment. And you cannot punish individual with inefficiency of a system. Thank you.
Thank you. Number 4. Who's number 4? Now I'll come to you, don't worry. Number 4. Oh, were you? I counted 4. You were one of them.
Radua University. My question is, I have been following the update of Nigeria concerning the inflation and unemployment rate, but actually I was always thinking that what is the actual source of the data that the economy is using in calculating that rate that we are always reading? Because as a student of economics, I can't explain that to an ordinary man, which it can take him a decade before you understand how does his economy calculate unemployment rate for the economy. Thank you.
Thank you. Then go back to, then I'll come to Prof.
I'm Mbomene Chukunalu from Delta State University, Abraka. My question goes to the man from World Bank. I want to ask, are there measures put in place to check how loans given to Nigeria? For the year, they said in June 2023, in June 2024, 1.5 billion of social protection, e.g., cash transfer. Do you check what these borrowings, because majority of the borrowing come from the World Bank. Do you check how this money are being distributed and how it is affecting the life of the common people? This issue of cash transfer, we heard what our man from Ondo State said. We have opportunities in cocoa production. Why not teach Nigerians how to use these proceeds? We can get individuals from each of the local governments, send them to Israel, train them on an agricultural technology. They come in, we train them in different cash crops production, get the knowledge, put them into practice, then grow the agricultural sector, because that is the base we can form. We have the manpower. So that will help check if the life of the common man is positively affected. Thank you very much.
Thank you, thank you. No longer. Okay. Since the prof is no longer, let me take Professor Taylor, and the one at the back. After, I will take him. Okay, don't worry. Go ahead, quickly, please, Taylor. Brief.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is Sharif Din Taylor from Babcock University. I think we do make mistake about all this exchange rate thing. We say we have marked the exchange rate, but the problem really is devaluation of the currency from 400 naira to $1 to 1,500. So it's not as if it's just the merger, it is the devaluation, because government needed money and thought that when they monetize the oil money, they can get more money to spend. So we shouldn't, as economists, we should be able to let them know that we know that what is happening is about devaluation, which is a big problem that has thrown everything into chaos. Before, Nigerian labor is the worst paid in Africa and one of the worst paid in the world. Before the exchange rate was devalued, that was when they agreed on 70,000 naira per month. After the exchange rate, what they are getting now is less than what they were getting when it was 30 naira per month. You cannot increase productivity like that. So people do moonlighting, working in many places, so they cannot concentrate on anyone. And therefore, there's need to encourage productivity, which of course will lead to increase in production. And when that happens, of course, it will lead to employment. So we should look at all those areas. The government should look at...
Okay, last question. Give the guy in suit. The last, yeah, that's the last.
Okay, good afternoon. My name is Chijoke Chilemele. I'm a business analyst based in Port Harcourt. Thank you very much. I've listened throughout these sessions, including this one, and my questions are these. One, we've heard about all the reforms, which we believe that on a long-term basis are fantastic. But how do we communicate these things to the people? Dr. Taiwo spoke about the tax reforms, and then also Dr. Fashua spoke about the oil subsidy removal. But the pains are much. How do we communicate these terms of the immediate pains and then, of course, the long-term benefits? We need to communicate the prayer. Then the second one, we hear, okay, petroleum product prices are coming down, inflation is being tamed, but in actual facts, everybody I know have complained. So how do we really, truly, government has to find a way of making sure that that is it. Then finally, how do we link up every government? There's better result, there's more productivity. And of course, also all the talks we've had in this
bank, since you're leaving, few minutes to respond to whatever concerns you. And
thanks so much, and thanks for the very good questions. So on just the question on the cash transfer, just to say that all the support we give is based on requests from government, whether it's federal or subnational. And just to clarify that all our projects are usually audited, so everything is checked, and you can ask about it. So it's like we follow up from a fiduciary perspective on all the loans that are put in place. And I think related to that, because I think there's a misperception about the debt in Nigeria. So just to put it into context, debt, internationally, we never use debt in nominal terms. We usually proxy debt as a ratio of GDP. And I think one of the things that people miss in Nigeria is that Ways and Means, DMO included Ways and Means as debt in June 2023. That was debt. It was just not reported debt. Okay, so suddenly you see that increased, or domestic debt increased by 23 trillion naira in June 2023, not because there was new debt. It was just not reported as debt. And if you look at the debt to GDP ratio, right, so in a way, I think after the bracing, we're about 40% of GDP. I guess the problem is that it was accelerating at a rapid pace, but at 40% of GDP, it's not that high. So again, I think there is a little bit of misconceptions about debt in Nigeria. It's not only in nominal values, but it's as a ratio of how much your economy can produce. And it's a very important thing to mention, was just because reporting from Ways and Means has been reporting from non-debt to debt. We at the World Bank, we always counted it as debt, but for some reason it was not counted as debt in the past. And I think the last point I want to make when it comes to, I think, the discussion between cash transfers and agriculture, we're never saying that it should be this or that, right? So we have a lot of projects. Actually, we have more projects that are supporting agriculture than cash transfers. I guess the question is, when a person doesn't have the means to absorb a shock, and the poorest of the poor don't always have the means to absorb a shock. So what do? Do you just leave them, without any means, or you support them in the short term while at the same time you put other initiatives to improve agriculture, to improve education, to improve the productivity of the economy? So from my view, it's not cash transfers versus agriculture. It's cash transfers, it's agriculture, education, private sector, power, etc., plus some cushion to help the poorest of the poor to mitigate that shock, because otherwise they will struggle. Not all the poor will be able to have that facility in terms of agriculture support or training. Thank you.
Thank you. Fasa. Okay. So.
Yeah, thank you very much. And Sama wants to leave only me on this panel. It's a very airy-looking panel, actually, for a very important discussion. Yeah. Next year, I will tell the nurse, don't put me on the third day for, in the afternoon when people have eaten pounded yam and are ready to sleep. This is called the midnight shift, yes. So please, I like some prime time because there are very important things to discuss.
I agree.
So, but before before Sama leaves, the first thing I want to say for the first question, I want to say that the shock is over. Okay? I think we need to understand that. There was a time when the shock hit Nigeria hard. Like Sama said, these are two very important reforms coming back to back, a double whammy. Okay? But, you know, there's a time to sow, there's a time to reap. There's a time to feel that shock, and there's a time to climb out of the shock. And I believe that's where we are. See, let's be sincere with ourselves. Okay, I want to ask some questions from the people here, just by show of hand. How many people are married here? How many people are married? Show of hand, show of hand, show of hand. I'm married too. See, let's say 80% of this room is married. Now, the second question I'm going to ask is this. How many people have more children than their fathers? Let me show my hand, show of hand. Do you have more children than your dad? Eh? One. Do you have more children than your father? This is one experiment I conduct every time. Though I don't have more children than my dad. My dad had 9. I have 3. And that's because of school fees. But what I've just done is to tell you that Nigeria's population will fall. We may be dead and gone. Sometime in the future, we're also going to have the same problem that Japan is having. Let's not deceive ourselves. And that's an experiment I like by the side, because we're not replacing population the way it was in the past. Our children are probably going to have fewer children. Anyway, but that's just an aside. I'm going to ask another question, and I want honest reply. How many people are earning a little bit more than what they were earning in 2023? I'm not talking of dollar value, naira value. If you're earning more than you were earning in naira value, nominal naira value, please, show of hand. You people don't want to show your hand.
No, they're not.
If you're earning more, I'm not saying that it's more, I'm not saying you can buy more. Whether you can buy more or not, are you earning, who is earning more than they were earning in 2023? Let's be truthful. I can see about 40% of the room. Now, take it easy. All of you should take it easy. The reason I'm just saying, that's just another experiment I've conducted to let you know that, yes, there's a bit of effort. Indeed, okay, that experiment I just conducted counter Sheun's question that Taiwo mentioned. Is the country bad for you? Everybody say, yes, everybody, the country. The country cannot be bad for 100% of the people. It is not economically correct. It cannot stand the tests, empirical tests, for the country to be bad for 100% of the people. But back to the issue, please. Back to the issue. The point is that the shock is over. So please, I would urge some positivism. That the shock being over, when there's a shock, people will adjust. The adjustment is now done. Now is the upper trajectory we should be looking at. Reposition and earn more. So that's one. Number two, the spending of the infrastructure can harbor corruption. I agree. However, it is only infrastructure spending that can reduce multidimensional poverty, QED. Multidimensional poverty is defined in terms of access to health, to education, to work and shock, how much you can get, and of course, standard of living. Access to road, to bridges. There are places in Nigeria that are cut off from the rest of Nigeria. Go to Taraba State. Go to Niger Delta. It's only the last 2 years that we had a bridge to Nembe in this country. For the person you do a road or a bridge to where you live in, he can reposition out of poverty. That is the general idea. To relocate to where he will not be poor. He can go and look for a job.
Okay.
So, no, sorry, sir. They asked the question. I actually jotted them down, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir. So, infrastructure is key to the reduction of multidimensional poverty. However, I agree that it can harbor corruption when you do big projects and all of those things that I don't issue contracts, so I don't know how it works. Government buys from Innocin. Sir, government is the biggest customer of Innocin, please. Including Nord, including Changan, including all of these new ones. In fact, what I'm seeing from my desk is that more and more of the requests coming from government agency is going in that direction. 2 years ago, they bought their cars. But of course, in some of them we talk about quality or no quality, but I want to tell you that government is buying from Innocin. Population and productivity, my brother, you can take it to the bank. There's no way 22 million people in Lagos will be less productive than 3 million people in Algiers in terms of dollar value or whatever you mention it, or 20 million people in Kano, or 6 million people in Abuja. Population is a function. It is a function of productivity. You can discount it, but it's still a function. Okay? Now, so ShopRite and other local, look, ShopRite is a very, very bad example because what you are saying, in essence, is that we should be importing goods and small, small things from South Africa to be selling to our people. The model did not. They have a small section for Nigeria. Go and check what's going on in even places like Ebano and Co. The Nigerian supermarkets have taken over that business from ShopRite. They couldn't cope. What works in South Africa does not have to work here. And of course, you also indicted yourselves, the man in green, by saying you are paying dollars for your children abroad. Okay? You put yourself in trouble. You took an exchange risk. Okay? You took an exchange risk. I will annoy you, actually. Because you took an exchange risk, you put yourself in. Let me tell you, sir. 2 weeks ago, I was coming back from UK, the same UK. I was in economy. Deliberately, I asked for economy and I was in economy. I was sitting next to one man from King's College, UK, King's College, London, who was coming to establish a A-level school in this country. Of course, you know about Charterhouse. How come we have British schools coming to set up in Nigeria now? We want to continue in sin and expect the glory to abound. You cannot talk about you want to be paying dollar school fees. Did we go to dollar school fees? We went to local school. Open public school is where I went. Village school, Ondo State University, now Ekiti State University. I'm proud of it.
Okay.
I think, sir, 2 more to go.
Quickly.
Please. So it's a very bad example. There's Charterhouse in Lagos now collecting 42 million naira per annum per child. Yeah. A British school. We want that because we want to reverse the flow. Let people bring money and spend in this country as well.
Lastly.
Mr. President has taken a big risk, sir.
Yeah.
Please, a bit of patience. We may be able to benefit from this. Our young children are benefiting, working remotely. The dollar, they know that if they pay them $1,000, which is nothing, here is 1.5 million. Many of them are making the money. Some of them are getting paid in cryptocurrency. You will not know. Your children will not tell you how much you are earning. Devaluation versus depreciation, sir. I can say, Prof, sir, with all due respect, what happened was depreciation of currency. Devaluation is when there's a deliberate decision of government to reduce the value of a currency. Yes. Depreciation is when you leave it to the open market. Let me give you a fun fact, sir. I personally wasn't in support of floating of currency. And I was happy the day that I saw the policy started to shift. Because I know that manage will be better.
Manage floats, yes. Okay,
and lastly, Mr. Ejile Mele, who was the MD of Zenith Bank in Sierra Leone and other places, my friend of 33 years, you know, communication is key, sir. This document they are giving you now is one of the things I worked on in my office to say, let us continue, because everybody is an information junkie now. If you don't give them your own information, bad information will overtake good information. Bad economics will take over from good economics. And lastly, Prof, thanks for the floor, but I want to say,
we are not saying things are perfect. What is the ideal Nigeria we envision? Sometimes I hear Nigerians say, because of the resources we have, we should never suffer again. No. Go to America. See people sleeping on the streets. Go to UK. A lot of Nigerians that jackpot, they are roaming around the street of the UK now. I'm telling them, please, if the UK people are pushing you out now because they don't want you anymore, when they wanted you to come and help them do care job to take care of old people, they say they opened the system. People carried their first class and went there. People sold everything they had and went there. Now they say they don't want you. Come back home because this country will accommodate you. This is a loving country. And this is a country with all of everything we want. If only we will stay positive. Thank you very much, gentlemen. And
thank you. Let me close by first saying that I want to assure the panelists that when people raise issues about reforms, it doesn't mean that they don't love the country, okay? They want to get clarification and to move forward. Unfortunately, I'm a moderator, so I can't say a lot of things I want to say. And you know, as an economist, that there are tendencies. So when we ask questions, it doesn't mean that we don't love Nigeria. It means that we want things to be done, we want to have an input, and things to be done perhaps differently. We know that 2 years will be too short to see some of the reforms. But let me tell you, the research I have done, only about 20% of Nigerians, okay, are benefiting for now. Yes, and that 20% is highly skilled, and in any country, you cannot have 100% impact in the economy. Yes, so, and then there's the issue is that when you say the rate is now 1500, for example, you normally have to ask at what level, you know, and the impact, because they pass through to inflation. But the point is that we all agree that we should build a better economy. As the wise people say, east or west, whom is the best? One economist, Keynes, said, in the long run, we're all dead. Another economist said, yes, we're all dead, but not all at the same time. So let's keep hope alive. I want to thank my good friend, Dr. Tayo Fashao, and the World Bank rep, Sama. You are, and then I want to plead also that next time, such an important session should take place, perhaps before lunch, because it's very crucial. Nigerians are eager to get answers on some of these issues. Let me thank the audience for your patience and clap for yourselves. Okay, thank you very much.
We were called to thank them for. Thank them. Yes. So the microphone. Okay. Thank you very much, the rep of government and the World Bank. So we thank you very much for your insightful analysis. And on behalf of the Nigerian Economic Society, we want to express our thanks to you. And then we have these, and we take Dr. Tokbe Fashua. Okay, so I was mandated to play this role on behalf of the NES sorry, it is you that should. Okay, so thank you very much for coming, and thanks for the analysis. Thank you very much. Are you snapping? Okay. Thank you. People will still have more questions for you, but at least for now, we appreciate it. Okay, all right. Also, we have the next person. The chairman should also be appreciated. Professor Akpanepo, we want to thank you. I'm doing it on behalf of the NES president. I was told to do that. Thanks for doing a very good job. They didn't give me more time to express myself, but at least we appreciate you. Thank you very much. On behalf of the NES. The other one is Mr. Matthew Vegis. Somebody could receive... okay, sorry. So we want to thank you very much for the incisive analysis. the World Bank position. People still have questions, but we appreciate your comments. Thank you very much. The last one. Okay, all right. So thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. And a big thank you to all of our panelists. Ladies and gentlemen, we've come to the end of this plenary session. It is now time for the concurrent session, which will be the final activity for today. So we are going to split back into the previous way we were split in the morning. So room 1, room 2, room 3, and then 4, 5, 6 in the banquet hall, 7 and 8 in the boardroom and the office above the restaurant, respectively. So if you have a paper presentation or you were scheduled for a presentation yesterday and couldn't make it, please find your way to any of these places and you can make that presentation. Thank you very much.
Recording stopped.
and development spaces. But amidst the different speeches and presentation came one resounding truth. Africa's development is hinged on Nigeria's strategic planning and reforms. Most anticipated and excitedly was the Vice President's delivery of a keynote speech that declared that every policy is a verdict on life, and he re-emphasized the current administration's commitment to ensuring that there is a nexus between economics and politics and redefining modern